Okay, hello everyone. Welcome to Main Power Oval in Rangiora, just outside Christchurch in the South Island of New Zealand. Not sure if any of the anthems came through on the effects microphone there, but we've just had the traditional pre-match ceremony. Both teams singing their anthem, and the players are just making their way out to the middle, as you should be able to see right about now. The news is that Australia have won the toss and elected to bat. We'll find out who the opening batters are in just a couple of moments. Team news is that New Zealand have left out Ben Rapson and Todd McDonald from their starting 12. Not quite sure who's sitting out for Australia. I'm sure we'll... Do we know? Oh, not playing Dane Stevenson and Kish Nadasan. So I imagine it'll be Hardy and Hemming to open up, but we'll confirm that when they actually get to the middle. It's an outstandingly hot day here in Rangiora already. Still 5 minutes before 11 and already well into the 20s. We're expecting above 30 degrees centigrade today. It's going to be a hot one. And of course this is a very historic occasion. The first ever Over-40s international match played anywhere in the world, or as IMC chairman Sterling Hammond put it at the opening ceremony, the first anywhere in the universe, which I suppose is technically correct. My name's Jim Morrison. I'll be here all day with you, along with scorer Anne McLeod over to my right.
Who's the keeper for New Zealand?
And you can follow the match on the YouTube stream. If you're hearing this, then you're obviously technically savvy enough to find yourself to that live streaming. We've also got live scoring on Crick HQ and on Pitch Vision, so no excuses not to follow this match. And if you happen to be in the Canterbury area, then come on down to Main Power Oval in Rangiora. It's a beautiful spot to watch cricket. There's lots of room, free entry, hot day. Bring a couple of drinks and enjoy some really top quality international cricket. So I can see emerging from the pavilion are the Australian opening batsmen, Jeff Hemming and Ash Hardy, receiving some encouragement from their teammates.
So Dave's not having his hip hop.
Peter Connell is going to open the bowling for New Zealand. He bowled pretty well the other day in the warm-up match.
Who's not playing in the New Zealand side, do you know? Cute.
Right, here we go. First ball ever in Over-40s international cricket. And it's going to be runs. It's going to be 4 actually, I think. Heading out towards the boundary. And Jeff Hemming gets underway with a boundary. So, Is that a early psychological victory for the Aussies? Short ball from Connell, and like most Australians, Jeff Hemming doesn't need a second invitation to play the pool. Plenty of open spaces there, and taking advantage of that loosener for none after the very first ball. Good positive start from Australia. Here's Connell again. He'll get more runs, edging through third man, but there is a third man back, and it'll just be one. So wherever you might be in the world watching this match, maybe in Australia, just starting work perhaps on a Tuesday morning, or here in New Zealand, or even staying up late over in the UK or South Africa, welcome to this coverage. We will be here all day, as well as on Thursday and Friday. Good start from Jeff Hemming. He was pretty disappointed yesterday. Strangled down the leg side by Ryan Jacobs for just 5. Very disappointed as he walked off. He'll be pretty determined to get a good score today. Here's Ash Hardy though, facing Connell. And he lets that one fly through to the keeper. Good pace from Peter Connell, the former Ireland international. Used to open the bowling for Ireland back in the late noughties. Played a couple of T20 World Cups, in fact. Here he is opening the bowling for his native New Zealand. Just about to be tossed back the ball by Hamish Marshall, fielding at mid-off. We won't see him in action until the second innings, I'm pretty sure. Good delivery from Connell, beating Ash Hardy outside the off stump to finish an over that started poorly but finished well. 5 off it altogether, and that is the score after the first over. Paddy Sullivan will open the bowling from the grimly named cemetery end. He will bowl some left arm over to Jeff Hemming, who gets a quick single up to mid-off. That is something that he and Ash Hardy do well, is run between the wickets. I saw a bit of the Australian State Championships and they were both very quick and eager between the wickets. Paddy Sullivan, the tall, fiercely bearded policeman from Christchurch, a local lad. And Ash Hardy gets his first runs in international cricket, just tapping the ball down to fine leg, where the captain Connell does the fielding. Good ball from Sullivan, comprehensively beating Hemming there, pushing forward, half-hearted attempt at a drive. It just maybe nipped away off the surface. You can't quite tell on this angle. Maybe a bit of swing early on. Big shout for LBW. The umpire says no very quickly, as Hemming was trying to turn that one into the onside, beat the bat again and thudded into the pad. But umpire Dave Stuthridge pretty quickly saying no, not out. It's a good start for Sullivan, bowling with good pace. Hemming tries to pull but doesn't get any timing at all on that one. So both teams very fired up for today, having each played a warm-up match against New Zealand A over the past 2 days. And first wide of the day, just sneaking down the leg side, and as per the playing conditions, anything down the leg side passing untouched is a wide. Edge, catch goes down. Early disappointment for New Zealand. It was a very difficult catch. I think that's Steve Hobson there. He took a screamer in the same position against New Zealand A, but it went flashing to his right and he just got both hands to it, I think, but just grasped it. So Sullivan creating early chances, but New Zealand not able to hang on in this, just the second over. Good over though for Paddy Sullivan, just 2 singles and a wide off it. Here's Connell. That one looked like it went down the leg side. I think it did, but the umpire not calling a wide. Maybe it just clipped the pad on the way past. One of the players calling out, it's swinging around a bit, so thanks for that clue, guys. That's helpful. Looks like there's a bit of swing then, or sounds like there is.
I'll have one drink, and I was just thinking about having a second one.
Oh, Ash Hardy didn't know very much about that one from Connell. He's getting a word from the Kiwi skipper. Just maybe some technical suggestions being offered, as Hardy was completely squared up by that delivery. Did not look all that comfortable at all. So after a poor first delivery, Connell has got his line and length together pretty well. Cut away, and I think it's going to go for 4. It is. So Ash Hardy wins that little battle, slamming it away to the left of the diving Scott Mara in the gully. And Peter Connell not offering any advice on that occasion, probably wisely. Well played by Ash Hardy, his first boundary. Does like the cut. We saw it come out a few times yesterday in his innings of 32. No balls called. So that will be a free hit. And he slices it over, backward point. Scott Mara gives chase. I don't know if he'll pull it in. He does, in fact. He's disappeared from my view, but the players indicate that it's just 2. So that free hit not costing New Zealand too much. 7 off Connell's second over. And after 3 overs, Australia, decent start, 15 without loss. He backed away a bit for that free hit and carved it over point. But good chase from Scott Mara, the Aucklander. Paddy Sullivan shaping up for his second over. It's already very hot here, well, by New Zealand standards at least. The South Island does get some pretty high temperatures during the summer, and here in this fanless commentary box, scoring box that we're in here, with the sun streaming in, it's very warm indeed. That'll be a wide down the leg side. No wind to speak of, just a couple of tiny little clouds away in the distance. Great day to come and watch some cricket, sit in the shade, bring a cold drink. Shout for LBW again. Most of the fielders go up as Hemming is half forward. Struck on the pad, maybe a little bit high from this angle. But that's the second loud shout that Paddy Sullivan's bowling has generated so far. Australia surviving. Pulled away for 4 runs by Hemming, so he likes the short ball. And each time New Zealand creates a little bit of pressure with a beating of the bat or a striking of the pads, they're just letting it go again with a boundary. Second boundary for Jeff Hemming. He moves up to 10 from 11. It was a high-scoring game yesterday, if you missed it, at the same ground. New Zealand A scoring 304 off their 45 overs. That's 6 3/4 and over. More runs here as Hemming drives square out towards the point boundary. Fielder, that's Hardeep Singh. He whips around and throws in a good return. And how many have they taken there? 3, I think. Was it 3? 3. Good running. So yesterday we saw the outfield pretty fast. Australia ended up on 230, so we had 135 runs scored yesterday in 90 overs, and the outfield was fast. I'm sure it will be again today. Here's Sullivan to Hardy. And he's cramped up a little bit on that occasion, jamming the ball down into his pad and then out into the gully. Driven, but straight to James Marshall at point and no run conceded. .22 after 4 overs.
I've got 23.
Short again, pulled again, and 4 runs again. So each time the New Zealand bowlers are dropping short, the Aussies are punishing them for it, and that one went down to long leg, which was completely unprotected. And it's a long chase for whoever that is, about 150 metres away. He's been told to stay there. Another good back foot shot from Jeff Hemming, the prolific Australian opening batsman. Prolific at state level at least. Short again, catch goes down by the keeper. Whoopsie, that was not a difficult catch from Darren Cudby. Took the glove on that attempted pull shot, and Cudby had it in both hands and dropped it. So second drop catch in the first 5 overs by the New Zealanders behind the stumps. They will not be pleased with that. Darren Cudby sets high standards for himself as a keeper. Quick single. So good running. Good cricket actually from the Aussies, hitting the boundaries when the Kiwis drop short and then running aggressively inside the circle. Catch taken this time. Caught it slip by Steve Hobson. Ash Hardy pushing forward at that ball from Peter Connell. Good short of a length delivery. Catching the upper half of the bat, on the edge obviously. Flying to Steve Hobson at slip, who had dropped one earlier. But pouched it safely this time, and New Zealand collect their first wicket at over 40s level. Ash Hardy caught Hobson, bowled Connell for a score that we will reveal shortly. 7. That'll please the Kiwis a lot, because the most disappointing area of play for them early on has been the slips catching. Slips and keeper catching. And having dropped 2, they pouched one safely now. Good catch by Steve Hobson, the Otago Country Hawke Cup representative, We'll see him bat in the middle order for New Zealand later. And Peter Connell, the New Zealand captain, snaffles an early one, bringing the Australian captain, Brian May, to the crease. So, captain to captain. Trans-Tasman battle, what could be better? End of the first ever successful over for New Zealand at, or anyone, at over-40s international level. And the score is 27-28 for 1. So the Kiwis with their tails up after that, we'll call it an early wicket within the first 5 overs, that's early. And here's Sullivan to Hemming, who drives pleasantly, but without any addition to the total. It's fielded by Adam Hastelow at mid-off. Another shout for LBW. That definitely had bat in it somewhere. It's just a question of whether it was pad first. But that's the third big shout that the Kiwis have launched against Jeff Hemming off the bowling of Paddy Sullivan. None given yet. So perhaps he's swinging the ball back in to the Australian right-hander. I can't quite tell from the angle that we're at, which is pretty much side on. Slightly different from what you're seeing on your screen. Catch again. Oh, hang on, what's happened here? Okay, so initially we thought it might have been a catch behind the wicket, but that was quickly muted, and then the bowler confirmed that he was appealing for LBW. The LBW was turned down, and then the bowler confirmed that, well, advised that he didn't think the ball had been hit. So, a lot of fuss for nothing. Not out LBW, not out, caught behind, top ball. Carry on. Good bowling by Paddy Sullivan though. He's on top of Jeff Hemming. Just had that one short ball which was punished, and when he's pitching it up, he's got Hemming in some trouble. That's down the leg side though, and that won't trouble anyone except the wicket-keeper, and I suppose the umpire, who has to extend his arms, and the scorer next to me. Apart from us three, nobody really troubled by that, least of all the batsmen. Chance, catch taken. Finally, Sullivan gets good reward for his domination of Jeff Hemming. He had a few LBW shouts this time, caught the outside edge, and it flew to Darren Cudby, and Hemming is furious. He's castigating himself. He's muttering loudly under his breath, "I would not want to be in the changing room that he's about to go back into." And the furious Jeff Hemming storms off with the score now 29 for 2. Darren Cudby, the wicket-keeper, making amends for his earlier drop. And Trevor Irvine will be the new batsman. So after a few indiscretions early on by New Zealand, they've got everything right in the last couple of overs, and they've taken 2 wickets, one to Sullivan, one to Connell, both caught behind the wicket. good wickets to get. The both openers gone now, and 2 new batsmen with only 1 ball face between them. End of a really good over from Paddy Sullivan. That last ball thudding into the pads of Trevor Irvine, and Sullivan going up as much through excitement as expectation. And end of the over, 29 for 2 after 6. Good start for New Zealand. Australia were going along pretty steadily before Jeff Hemming was caught at slip, and then Ash Hardy was caught at slip. And then Jeff Hemming falling just a couple of balls ago, caught by the keeper to his great annoyance. Hemming's annoyance, that is. And Brian May will get off the mark with a quick single. He showed yesterday that he's a good runner between the wickets. Runs aggressively. Likes to keep the strike ticking over. Shout for LBW, this time no shot offered. Oh, the umpire has a good long look at it. Peter Connell appeals until he runs out of breath, and he's standing right next to the batsman by the time he does it. Just asks the batsman whether he thought he was out. Batsman says, no mate. And another big vociferous appeal from the New Zealand over-40s. Trevor Irvine's second ball. So these 2 batsmen who are together now were 2 of Australia's best yesterday. Brian May scored 41 off 51. Trevor Irvine scored 29 off 39. And Australia will need them to put together a decent partnership again today. Driven by the left-handed Irvine, up to Hardeep Singh, fielding at mid-off, but no runs. Sometimes the field looks like it's full of gaps, and sometimes it seems like it's none. And at the moment, it doesn't seem like there's many gaps for the Aussies to find, rebuilding after this, after losing both openers in the last couple of overs. Good bowling again from Peter Connell, keeping Trevor Irvine on his toes. and bowling him a very good over, which only conceded a single to Brian May off the first ball. Cobb has 1 for 17 now off his 4. Paddy Sullivan 1 for 13 off 3. And the Australian over-40s 30 for 2 after 7 overs. The Australians were awarded their baggy caps this morning by Sterling Hammond. Sterling presented the cap to Brian May, who then presented the caps to the members of his team in a nice formal ceremony out on the field. Big moment for all those players. It's a great honour to represent one's country, and the Australians show particular pride in receiving their baggy green caps. So congratulations to all those players. Big moment for them and their families. The New Zealand players have a similar tradition, perhaps a little bit more low-key. That happened a couple of days back before the New Zealand A game. Shane Bond, a famous New Zealand fast bowler, lives in Christchurch. He rolled up and handed out the caps to the Kiwi players. Maybe that was a catching chance as well down the leg side. No, in fact the umpire signals a leg by, so no drama from Darren Cudby's perspective. Just flicking the thigh pad perhaps on the way through to the keeper, who couldn't gather it cleanly, and 1 leg by is conceded. That brings the left-handed Irvine back onto strike, who is yet to open his international run-scoring account. 0 off 5 balls. Make that 6 as he lets that one sail harmlessly through to Cudby. Darren Cudby kept wicket for Wellington A. That's the side just below the first-class team. Never quite cracked the Wellington first 11, but played quite a lot of A cricket. Sullivan appeals but doesn't get any support at all from his teammates. So Trevor Irvine finding himself in a real battle out here against the tall, aggressive left armer Paddy Sullivan, who squares him up this time and has him squirting it out into the gully, and that's Scott Mara's territory. We might see Scott Mara with the ball a little bit later, bowls some leg spin. Aucklander plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club. Hopefully we have some of the Cornwall veterans cricketers watching today. Irvine will get his first runs in international cricket as he turns it away to straight mid-wicket, and Adam Hastelow has to give chase, but not before Irvine can pick up 2 runs. So he's off the mark now. Captain to captain, Connell to May, and May again showing his ability to get off strike as he just pushes the ball between the marshals. James and Hamish patrolling the offside there, and May dissecting the two of them. Bisecting. Yep. That's right, they're not frogs. Good pace from Peter Cannell. He's getting the ball through to wicketkeeper Cudby at chest height there. Standing probably 15-20 metres back from the stumps. So pretty good pace from the former Ireland opening bowler. Also played for Hawke's Bay and for Eastern Suburbs Cricket Club in Wellington. That's my old club, by the way. One of my old clubs. Straight drive by Irvine. That's a beautiful shot. Maybe the shot of the day. Straight down the ground into the boundary for 4. So just latching onto that fuller length and hitting it sweetly straight down into the Castles Brewing Company billboard. That'll make him feel a lot better after a difficult start. He hasn't been in huge trouble, but he hasn't had any chance to play any confident shots until that one. But that was well played by Irvine. And now he follows it up with a quick single. That's good running. The short singles have been a feature of the Aussies' play both yesterday and today. Taking some risks, but committing to the singles and running hard, which does mitigate that risk. Runs for May this time, as it goes to the right of Hardeep Singh, just one. And just some of those gaps starting to appear now, as this partnership begins to develop a little bit. It's up to 11, so still early stages. Another drive and another single. Good batting. Central Coast region of New South Wales, which is where a lot of the players are actually from. But Hardy and Hemming, they were almost undismissible at that tournament. Hardy scored 238 runs at an average of 119. Hemming scored 265 runs at 132. So the Kiwis have done well to dismiss those two players. Here's Sullivan now, bowling to Irvine, who's timed that really nicely wide of mid-on. It could go out to the boundary. I think it'll get hauled in, but they'll pick up the easiest of threes as Hastelow gives chase. Nice shot from Trevor Irvine, whose confidence is growing. James Marshall fielding that one at cover. Both the Marshalls still excellent fielders, Hamish and James. One at cover, one at mid-wicket at the moment. Cries of catch it, but it's again come off the thigh pad as Darren Cudby takes it cleanly, but no chance of a dismissal. So, as I said before, both Australia and New Zealand played warm-up matches against New Zealand A. As we see another good quick single by Brian May to end Paddy Sullivan's 5th over. So New Zealand played New Zealand A couple of days ago at Hagley Park and scored 305, beating New Zealand A's 267 by 38 runs. A couple of batters retiring, having 50. That was Hardeep Singh and James Marshall. And then yesterday, New Zealand A managed to beat Australia. They batted first, New Zealand A, and scored 304. And Australia could only manage 231 in response. Andrew McCarr, a little bit surprisingly, being the main destroyer there, 4 for 54 from 8 overs. Most of those New Zealand A guys have gone home now. And it's the full New Zealand team's turn to take on Australia in this international match. Plenty of international veterans cricket coming up. Of course, the Over-40s World Cup starts in just a couple of weeks, or less even. Actually, it is a couple of weeks. It's the 6th of March is the first game, or the first round in that tournament. That's in Cape Town, South Africa. Hopefully you've heard about it and will be following it on the World Over-40s and 50s Facebook page, or masterscricket.org, or both. And that'll be a fantastic occasion. 14 countries participating in that mega tournament, played across the best grounds in Cape Town. With the final to be played at the magnificent Newlands Cricket Stadium on March the 20th. New Zealand and Australia, of course, two of those teams, chomping at the bit for that tour. It's going to be a fantastic occasion. I'll be there. I'm really looking forward to it. Driven to the left of James Marshall. There's some work for Mara to do, coming around from deep point, but he does it well. And they take 2. 2 to Brian May. He's up to 6 from 15. Good bowling from Cannell. And Brian May, his Australian captain's counterpart, has to jam that one out to mid-on. So Connell into his, well, nearly at the end of his 6th over. Each bowler can bowl a maximum of 9. So I wonder if this might be the end of the spell for Connell.
Changing bowler.
Right, so we'll see the first bowling change. It's going to be Adam Hastelow replacing Paddy Sullivan from the cemetery end. Another Christchurcher. No chance of a wicket. Another good delivery from Hastelow. Again forcing Brian May to squeeze that ball out. So May just taking his time early on, 7 off 20. He scored 41 off 51 yesterday, but he's been faced with some pretty good bowling from Sullivan, Connell and now Hastelow. He will get a couple this time as he just pushes it up past mid-on. Shot from Brian May, beautifully clipped off his toes and races into the boundary at square leg. That's his best shot of the day. Just over pitching and onto the pads from Adam Hastelow, and that was a really nice cricket shot from the Aussie skipper, the Bradman of the bush, Brian May. And now he plays it very nicely into the offside, off the back foot to get a single, which finishes an over that started well for Hastelow, finishes well for May with 7 runs coming off the last 3 balls.
That's bowler. James.
So this is interesting. It looks like Hamish Marshall is going to have a bowl. Just bowls military medium pace. Not one of the frontline bowlers in the New Zealand team, but he's coming on second change. Maybe Captain Connell thinks he can still extract a bit of swing out of this semi-new ball. Now I say he's not a frontline bowler, but he does have 42 first-class wickets, which is probably more than anyone else in this team. But he's conceded runs straight away as Brian May picks up a brace. So Hamish Marshall, 42 first-class wickets at an average of 45.78, and 4 List A wickets at a less impressive average of 73. Big shout for LBW given, so immediate success for Hamish Marshall. And I guess I didn't oversell his bowling abilities, but he's picked up an international wicket with just his 3rd ball, and it's the Australian captain, Brian May, trapped back on his stumps. Big shout, the umpire really didn't have much hesitation, and New Zealand pick up their 3rd wicket. Brian May, LBW to Hamish Marshall for 16. Just as that partnership was starting to build for Australia between Irvine and May was starting to look good. He played that really nice clip off his legs, and he was just moving into his innings. He was trapped in front by former New Zealand international Hamish Marshall. And that's Hamish Marshall's first international wicket. He did bowl 1 over in a test match, taking none for 4, but more success at the over-40s level. Well done to him. Speaking of international cricketers, one has just walked to the wicket for Australia. That's Suresh Perera. I'll tell you a little bit more about him in a moment. As I said yesterday, he was at one point considered to be the most naturally talented all-rounder in Sri Lanka. Used to bowl quite quick in his day. He was a fast bowling all-rounder. Also scored 4,000 runs at first class and List A level. And he's coming in at number 5 today with a job to do for his adopted country. So 2 former test players going at it at international over-40s level. Isn't that great to see? Darren Cudby up to the stumps. A little bit of pressure on Suresh Perera. Yes, he's played international cricket, and no, we don't have 30,000 people watching today, but he's playing for a new country, a lot resting on his shoulders. His team needs him. 57 for 3 on a good batting pitch. Plenty of chat out there from the New Zealand team. Tries to pull, it's a wide as an appeal for a stumping as Perera overbalanced a little bit. That was some good work from Cudby, the wicketkeeper. Perera going back, playing the pull shot, losing his balance a little bit and maybe just stumbling out of his crease a little bit. But the umpire wasn't really all that interested, and it is a wide. End of a good over. Hamish Marshall takes his first wicket. 1 for 2 he has. In Australia, 58 for 3. Or if you don't understand what that means in Australia, it's 3 for 58. Trevor Irvine continues for Australia, picking up a single into the offside. Just looking at the replay of that LBW. Brian May trying to turn the ball into the onside, I think. Missed it and just lost his balance ever so slightly. The ball cannoned into the pads and the umpire didn't appear to have a very difficult decision. So a few fielding changes being made by Peter Connell, the captain, for the new batsman Suresh Pereira. How these matches work: 45 overs a side. That 45 overs is divided into 3 blocks of 15, and in each of those blocks you're allowed a different number of fielders outside the 30-yard circle. For the first 15 overs, which we're still in, the fielding team may have 3 fielders outside the circle. After 15, from 15 to 30, that will increase to 4, and from 30 to 45, that number increases to 5. So a pretty good system, I think. Trevor Irvine battling hard, 12 off 16. He's played a couple of nice shots and looks like a gritty player. Not going to throw his wicket away, hopefully, from an Australian perspective. Good bowling from Adam Hastelow though. Finishes his second over, which just concedes 2 runs. And it's 60 for 3 after 14. So 1 over to go before drinks. Current run rate 4.29. Trevor Irvine, as I mentioned yesterday, a little bit of a legend at first grade level. I think he's from Brisbane, definitely from Queensland. He's scored more than 10,000 runs in first grade over his career, so that's a pretty good achievement. Also played Queensland under-17s, Queensland under-19s, Queensland Colts, Queensland second 11, and now for Australia over-40s. So a pretty decorated career for the Australian left-handed number 4, Trevor Irvine. Here's the wicket taker, Hamish Marshall, continuing to Suresh Pereira, who just dabs it into the gully, no run. Pereira played yesterday in the warm-up match against New Zealand A, scored 13 off 18 deliveries. Hit a beautiful 6 into the stands. but he was then caught on the boundary trying to repeat the shot. Bowled pretty well yesterday too, Pereira. Didn't take a wicket, but looked good. Oh, I think he's taken the edge there, and it's rebounded off the keeper Cudby's chest, I think. And it floated up in the air. Keeper looked around, but didn't locate it quickly enough to take the rebound catch. So bowling from Hamish Marshall, finding the edge of Pereira. And we're not going to call that a drop catch because it just really didn't have much chance of catching it the first time. Catches that one okay, as it's let pass through to the keeper. Good over this from Hamish Marshall, perhaps getting a little bit of swing. These Duke balls that we use do swing. And that's an excellent over, a maiden from Hamish Marshall to bring to a close the first block of 15 overs. 60 for 3, so that's all very nicely divisible. I'll let you do the maths while we take a little break, and we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes. Okay, here we are back after the brief drinks adjournment, and it will be Adam Hastelow to bowl his third over, searching for his first international wicket. Chance of a run out at the bowler's end. Pereira was backing up quite a lot, but no serious drama. Nice drive from Irvine, but equally well fielded by the skipper, Peter Connell, with number 1 on his back. And Irvine takes a single, so good cricket there. Really interesting passage of play now. Australia consolidate just a slightly precarious position, because 1 or 2 more wickets now would put a lot of pressure on those lower order players. New Zealand will know that. Ooh, that's a flashing drive though by Pereira, only as far as Hardeep Singh, who's lurking around at third man. Adam Hastelow doing a good job here, coming in as first change, seamer. No wind really to speak of. There might be a slight breeze, but the trees that line the main power oval here aren't blowing, as far as I can tell. And Adam Hastelow bowling with some pretty good pace. Doing a good job for his country. Just 2 off that over. Hamish Marshall also doing a good job. 1 for 3 off 2 overs. Oh, and he's beaten Pereira. Pereira trying to leave the ball, but the ball caught the edge of the bat as he was raising it, and it's edged down to third man for 1. So Marshall troubling Pereira a little bit. He's quite a bustly bowler, Hamish Marshall. Not a tall chap, but runs in hard and bowls in quite a skiddy manner. New Zealand have 2 main spinners today. Vishal Dubey, the left arm orthodox bowler. Oh, that one's beaten Cudby, and just dribbled down to short third man for a bye. So he's been a little bit up and down today, Cudby. He's done some really good takes, taken a good catch, but he has fumbled a few as well. Takes that one well, beating the slightly wild drive of shout for LBW, given not out though.
saw some different ones.
Nicely driven by Irvine, just for one. Oh, chance of a run out here. It's going to be out. Oh, he's long gone. That's some great fielding, bad running, and Australia throw away a wicket needlessly. Pereira pushing it into the offside, tore off down the wicket. Irvine was not interested at the other end, and James Marshall, well, he pounced on that like a tiger and slid, picked up the ball, fired it in at the stumps. He didn't need to do all that so quickly. Nearly hit the wickets directly. Darren Cudby scooped up the ball and did the rest, and Pereira had not even really made an attempt to get back. So, again, just as a partnership slowly starting to develop, it is broken, this time completely through the fault of the batsman for Australia. And Pereira doesn't get going today, run out for 4. Maybe picking the wrong fielder and maybe not committing early enough. I'm not sure if we can assign blame to anyone in particular. I didn't really see whose call or fault it was. Nevertheless, Australia lose their 4th wicket. 66 for 4 now after 17. And that does throw the cat among the Australian pigeons. Chance of another one. There's an LB shout. But not out. Dave Stuthridge, good umpire. But not out. Dave Stuthridge, good umpire, says no. But New Zealand all over the Australians now. Stephen Baker gets off the mark for the first time in international cricket. He's dabbed it down to third man very gently and opened his account. 68 for 4, coming up to the end of the 18th over now. Now the word that we've heard is that the pitch may not be as full of runs as it was yesterday. It was getting a little bit slow and variable bounce towards the end of yesterday's game, which was played on the same pitch. And to be honest, it does look a little bit tricky for batting today, with Australia 68 for 4. And it may well even be trickier when New Zealand bat. End of another good over for Adam Hastelow, just 2 off it. He's bowled 4 overs, none for 13. And runs have dried up quite a lot in the last 8 to 10 overs. Australia going at 3.78 after 18. I believe we have some of the New Zealand Over-40s team watching today. That's good. Thanks for tuning in, fellas. Watching your development squad. The Over-40s, the Colts. Of course, the New Zealand Over-50s heading off to South Africa in just a couple of weeks, or less than that, for the World Cup. Bert Horner has written in. He's one of the New Zealand wicket keepers, saying g'day from Northland. Hope the weather's a bit better up there, Bert. Lovely and sunny down here in Rangiora. No trouble at all today. A little bit of rain expected later in the week. In fact, reasonable amount of rain tomorrow and Thursday, so it may affect the number of overs that we get in on Thursday, but we'll enjoy the nice weather for now. It's dabbed down to third man. There is a man there, the third man, and he fires it back in. So, Irvine battling hard, 14 off 26. Still plenty of batting to come for the Aussies, as I mentioned. Joey Price, he can bat. We saw Dave Prosser and Richie Wild both bat pretty well yesterday. Who else have I overlooked? Sitting out today for Australia are Dane Stevenson and Kish Nadasan, so they'll play tomorrow. Mentioned yesterday, he's also played Queensland under-17s, so 2 former Queensland under-17 players at the crease. Great to see guys who have played junior rep cricket now playing senior rep cricket. Also played for Australia under-19s, so he presumably played Queensland under-19s as well, but he peaked at Australia under-19s, and he's played a very good shot now. Hoisted it over mid-wicket, 1 bounce for 4. That was a very nicely timed shot from the little bit too insipid a delivery from Hastelow. That one's fuller and it's driven, but no run. So Stephen Baker looking good on that shot. How did he do yesterday? Playing against New Zealand A, scored just 7. He was LBW to Sean Windle. A little bit of excitement from the New Zealand players, some cries of catch it. It must have been just a little bit aerial as Irvine pushed the ball back towards Hastelow, who dived across to try and stop it, but couldn't do so. One more to the total. So apart from the 4 off the first ball, just 2 further singles in that over. And we're edging towards the halfway stage in this Australian innings. 20 overs gone now, 75 for the loss of 4. The players out today. Ash Hardy, he was the first to go in the 5th over. After a couple of dropped catches, Ash Hardy was caught at slip by Steve Hobson for 7 from 16 deliveries. Jeff Hemming, after playing some very nice pull shots, he was the next to go, caught by the keeper, Darren Cudby, off the bowling of left armer Paddy Sullivan for 18. Very upset to get out, he was too. Then there was a little bit of a partnership between the captain, Brian May, and Trevor Irvine. I'll come back to that as Hamish Marshall continues to Irvine. Another little fumble from Darren Cudby allows a bye. Brian May, after facing 26 balls for to the 3rd ball by Hamish Marshall, Fifth and Baker have put on 11 to take the score up to 77. Bowling figures for New Zealand, 3 of the 4 bowlers have taken wickets. Peter Connell, 6 overs, 1 for 29. Paddy Sullivan, 5 overs, 1 for 18. Adam Hastelow, 5 overs, none for 19. And Hamish Marshall, he's halfway through his 5th over, he's taken 1 for 9. The Aussies employing the dab shot to good effect in this over. Just guiding the ball down to 3rd man repeatedly. Just trying to rebuild this innings. This goes on the leg side this time for another single. So runs off each of the first 5 balls in this over. The Aussies just collecting runs here and there, rebuilding the innings. Okay, I think we're going to see spin for the first time today. Vishal Dubey, the left arm spinner, left arm orthodox. He's going to have a trundle from the cemetery end. He's just setting his field now with the help of James Marshall. and this will be an interesting stage of this match. The Aussies were tied down a little bit by the New Zealand A spinners yesterday. Nuwan Wirasuria, the off spinner, was particularly good, taking 2 for 35. Nick Smith, 1 for 39. And now Vishal Dubey from Auckland will bowl his first ball in international cricket. He played in the warm-up match against New Zealand A the other day, took 2 for 42 off 9, bowled pretty well. He'll have a lefty and a righty to contend with, starting with the lefty, Trevor Irvine, who's scored 17 from 34 so far. Here's Dubey with his first ball in international cricket. It's pretty good, lands it on the spot. Irvine shuffles down slightly and just plays it out into the backward point region. No run. Goes over the top this time, uses his feet and hits it cleanly over mid-off for 4 runs. So not wanting to let Dubey settle. That's often the Australian way against the spin bowlers. Good aggressive shot from Trevor Irvine. It's first boundary in quite a while. His second overall. Pretty good over from Dubey. Even the ball that was hit for 4 wasn't a bad one. And it is those 4 from his first. Hamish Marshall bowling his 6th over now. It's hit high in the air. I think it's going to fall safely. He hasn't timed it, but there's plenty of vacant real estate out there, and Adam Hastelow can't get there in time to take the catch, and the ball just drops, and they take... Was it just a single there, Aaron? They just took 1 on that.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll come and let you.
So we're now exactly halfway through this innings. 22.5 overs gone out of 45. Aussie score 86 for 4. Well, that's hoisted away. There's a chance of a catch. It's going to be taken, and it is. So the only man anywhere near that ball on the leg side, Adam Hastelow, and he's tried the hook, has Stephen Baker. Played a false shot very similar earlier in the over, and that was quite similar, that one. This time, right down the throat of Adam Hastelow. Could have hit that anywhere, really, that ball, but he hit it straight to the man down at deep backward square leg. Adam Hastelow and Stephen Baker, his innings starts and then ends. 10 for him, and Australia lose number 5. So again, just as Australia get a partnership started, they lose a wicket, perhaps unnecessarily again. We saw that run out previously, and now this time Stephen Baker, don't mean to be too critical, but there was a lot of other places he could have hit that ball. And just when Australia needed to consolidate, they've lost their 5th wicket. And Hamish Marshall takes his second. 213 he has now. Danny Batra, who I failed to mention earlier when talking about the batters to come. He's a very good batsman, and he's coming in at number 7. Played quite well yesterday. Scored 31. That was the 3rd top score for Australia against New Zealand A. Batted at 7 on that occasion as well. Here he is facing his first ball in international cricket. Over bowled, a successful one for Hamish Marshall. 2 runs and a wicket. That of Stephen Baker, who was caught hooking. He was actually really well positioned, that fielder, because there's a huge boundary down there. And he was in off the boundary by about 25 metres. And hardly had to move as that ball went straight down his throat. Trevor Irvine, he's seen quite a few of his teammates come and go, but he's lasted 22 of 42, battling hard for his country. Chance catch taken, it slipped. What a good catch that was by Deepak June. Irvine trying to drive and just taking the outside edge, and Deepak June almost caught the ball behind him off to his right. So really good piece of fielding, and congratulations to Vishal Dubey taking his first wicket for New Zealand. And the Aussies tumbling a little bit now. The mainstay of their innings so far, Trevor Irvine, caught June, bowled Dubey for 22. That was some good quality cricket, I have to say. Nicely bowled, just tempted Irvine into the drive, and he couldn't resist. Caught the edge, and it went very quickly to Deepak June, who took a really smart catch. His first. Australia now 86 for 6. very comfortably taken actually by June. I'm just looking at it. He stayed low the whole time and down on one knee when he snaffled that one. Swept by Joseph Price. He's the new batter. Joey Price swept out to mid-wicket for a single to get him off the mark. So two pretty much brand new batters out there now. Danny Batra and Joey Price. Joey Price just getting his first run and Batra yet to get his. And he will get it now, as he just turns it gently into the onside. There's a bit of a misfield at mid-off, but not enough to concede a run, and that ends that Vishal Dubé over, a successful one that saw the wicket of Trevor Irvine, caught it slip, and a couple of singles. He's now got 1 for 6 off 2 overs.
Let's have a change in bowler.
Okay, so Hamish Marshall has bowled 6 overs, 2 for 13, and he's been taken off, and replacing him will be Hardeep Singh, who just bowls a bit of off-spin. Not really a frontline bowler, probably in the part-time category. He's in the side for his dynamic batting, which I'm sure we'll see today. Well, he'll be opening the batting at least. He'll have the opportunity. Known as the Prince to his teammates, Hardeep Singh. Maybe because of his princely batting. I'm not sure he actually has any royal blood. Hardeep, another member of the New Zealand team who has some first-class experience, played for Jammu and Kashmir, which is in India. Took 6 wickets for them in his. We played 89 matches. So he had a decent career for Jammu and Kashmir. Played 41 first-class games, 33 List A games, and 15 T20s as a batsman, who occasionally bowled. Very occasionally, I must say. His first-class bowling average, 136.5, and his List A average, 67.25. But he did play in India, where the batsmen are known for being quite comfortable with spin bowling. And he's finished a good first over here for New Zealand, his adopted country. 2 runs off that over. So the Aussie run rate, 3.6 now, after 25 overs, 20 overs to go. I wonder what sort of target they'll be looking at off these last 20 overs. I'm sure aim number 1 would be to bat through. And then if they can somehow sneak another 100 runs, it would give them close to 200, and that would definitely give them some bowl at. But that will require quite a bit of batting from here. So the Aussies finding it hard to get these spinners away. Vishal Dubé bowling nice and tightly. He's going at 2.4 and over. Halfway through his third now. Joey Price on strike, as I mentioned yesterday, known as the Cameron Green of the Aussie side. The Aussie Over-40s, I imagine, as the full Australian side already has a Cameron Green. He hails from Newcastle, does Joey Price. So just the one wide off that over, otherwise scoreless.
No, there was a run.
Oh, sorry, there was a run.
Yeah, after the wide.
Hardeep. Another good over from Hardeep Singh. Just one off it. And the Aussie run rate not really going anywhere, 3.44. I'll remind you of the wickets to fall. Ash Hardy was caught Hobson, bowled Connell for 7. Jeff Hemming caught wicketkeeper Cudby from the bowling of Sullivan for 18. Brian May, LBW Hamish Marshall for 16. Suresh Pereira run out for 3. Trevor Irvine caught it slip by Deepak June from Vishal Dubey for 23. And Stephen Baker caught Hastelow, bowled Marshall for 10. So 6 wickets falling for Australia. Hamish Marshall has 2 and 1 each to Connell, Sullivan and Dubey, who is going to resume. There was just a little bit of discussion between himself and a couple of the other players, but he's ready to go now. He's handed his cap to umpire Stuthridge, and he's going to bowl left arm round the wicket to Joseph Price, who's on 4. So New Zealand are allowed to have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. I don't think they do. I can only see 1. And it goes to that man now. It's Paddy Sullivan coming around. Fine leg. Can't stop 2 though. There's probably someone else beneath us here. Okay, yep. Hands gesturing over to long on perhaps. Oh, and a long off is going out now as well.
Oh, there's
yeah.
Hamish down.
Okay, so they may well have the 4 out that they're allowed after all. I should just count the number inside the circle, shouldn't I? We've still got a slip. Deepak June, he took a catch there recently, so no point in moving him. Dubey doing a good job for his skipper, bowling tightly, taking wickets. It's a nice flowing drive by Price down to long off for 1 run, and Australia inch closer to 100, 96 for 6. Runs here. It's gone very fine down the leg side. It's not going to reach the boundary, but they'll scamper back for 3 runs. Good running by Danny Batra, who hasn't faced as much as Joey Price in this 13-run partnership. He scored 2 off 10. Price has 10 off 23, and they both came in pretty much soon after each other. That one beats the sprawling fielding attempt by Steve Hobson, and they pick up a further single. So we're just going through a quiet, tense period of play. Australia know they really can't afford to lose another wicket if they're going to bat through their full 45. So they're just focusing on picking up singles and twos where they can. That is the 100 up for Australia. 101 now for 6 after 29 overs. So one more before drinks, and then there'll be 15 overs left in the Australian innings to try and get as many as they can and set a competitive target for the Kiwis.
Why is he thinking?
Quick single, well taken. We saw quite a lot of that early on from the Aussie batsman. Not so much recently, but that was a well judged single. One more ball before the second drinks break. And it will be a single to Joseph Price down to long on to end the second stanza at 104 for the loss of 6. And the players will take a well-deserved drink in this hot Rangiora sunshine. And when we come back in about 3 or 4 minutes, we'll have the last 15 overs of the Australian innings. Hardeep Singh will continue after drinks. 15 overs to go. Wonderful summer's day here in Rangiora, a provincial town about half an hour from the city of Christchurch. There's a few spectators. They're hiding in the shade, but spread fairly evenly across the ground under the various trees and marquees that we have. Big shout for LBW. That hit him low down, so if it had been on target it would have been a good shout. A few Aussie supporters over here. They've brought about 20 of those with them, the Australian team. It's good to see. Strong drive from Joseph Price, but hasn't timed it, and Long On has no trouble scooping it up. And even one of the players, Richie Wild, who's in the Australian side, originally from England, I believe that his family have come over from England to watch this series.
Are they following England as well?
Probably, yeah, they may have come over to follow the English Test team and decided that this is a better option. Hardeep Singh bowling tightly. He bowls very flat, doesn't give the ball any air, just darts it in. There's a bit of a stuttery run up, breaks into a run and then stops and jiggles around and then lets the ball go, and this one's been driven out to extra cover for a single. But he does bowl tightly, does Hardeep, and he's bowled 4 overs now for 11 runs. Equally economical is his bowling partner, Vishal Dubey, 1 for 14 from his 5, and he comes running up from long off to bowl at the other end, so he's having to cover a lot of ground to get to his bowling mark. He may have a word to his captain, perhaps. Can you put me a little bit closer to the action, skipper? But he doesn't mind too much, I'm sure. Just excited to be out there representing his adopted country of New Zealand. Both Dubey and Hardeep Singh, Indian born, but resident in New Zealand now, and very proud to get their baggy caps for New Zealand. Swing from Joseph Price, hit on the pad. Dubey bellows out an appeal, but umpire Dave Stuthridge shakes his head. From the Punjab region of India, I believe, or Kashmir, up around the north. And not sure where Dubey's from. I think he might be from Delhi or Mumbai. And in my experience, Delhi and Kashmir, a lot of Hindi spoken there. Mumbai, they speak Marathi, something like that. Another tied over from Dubé, just 2 off it. Was it 3?
Yeah.
How did that over go, Anne?
.1.11.
Okay. I was too busy talking about Hindi. Flipped away, found a little bit of a gap. As Joseph Price picks up 1. Bowler and captain just deciding what to do, and then one of the Marshall twins saying, no, don't do that. So a little bit of dispute, but it's all been resolved. We have a short, fine leg. A man just backward of square inside the boundary. We've got a mid-wicket on the boundary. A short mid-wicket who is now chasing after that one down to mid-on. That's Deepak June. He and the bowler converging there, and neither of them able to plug that gap. And we've got a long on and a long off. An extra cover. I think we have a cover. We do. Cover on the boundary. That's H. Marshall. And then a backward point, and I think probably one other boundary rider on the offside. Joseph Price worked his way up to 18 now. Top scorer for Australia is Trevor Irvine. He managed 23, and now Joseph Price is equal second, along with Jeff Hemming, who scored 18. And Price will move into second place with that push down the ground. So partnership developing between these two, 27 now. We've seen quite a few starts to partnerships in this innings. The openers put on 28, and there was another 28 for the third wicket. And there was 20 for the fifth wicket, but often wickets falling in pairs. The first and second wickets fell just 1 run apart. The third and fourth wickets fell just 9 runs apart, and the fifth and sixth ones fell on the same score. So Australia getting started and then losing 1 or 2 wickets together so far in this innings. So the last 10 have only seen 27 runs scored. That is this partnership, the value of this partnership, 27 off 10 overs. They've had to contend with some pretty decent spin bowling. Joseph Price has moved up to 20 from 42. Danny Batra 7 from 20. It's quite an absorbing contest out there because Australia know they need to preserve wickets. They need to bat through this innings if they're going to provide New Zealand with a good run chase. So they have to balance the need to preserve wickets with the need to score runs. And the two spinners not giving them any freebies. It is a full toss though this time, and it's swept around the corner by Danny Batra, but he'll only pick up one. So that may have been the loose ball that the Aussies could have capitalised on. Price sweeps into that gap that I was just thinking that Batra could have hit. An excellent fielding by Hamish Marshall, diving full length to his right, down in front of us here, and parrying the ball across to Scott Mara, who was running in the other direction. And a great bit of fielding from the fit 44-year-old Hamish Marshall. Keeps it to 2. Been called through for a quick leg by. There could be some overthrows, but Hardeep does very well. Alert to that possibility, scampering across and diving to prevent any overthrows. They would have been leg bys. Is that a leg by? Yes. Short and hoiked away into vacant territory by Danny Batra. He hasn't timed it perfectly, and there's a good piece of fielding there by, I think it's Adam Hastelow, who's very fit, and he slides around to keep it to 3. So a run saved, although it may not have crossed the boundary anyway. 3 to Danny Batra. No. Was that? Yes, it was. Very nice shot by Joseph Price. High elbow, struck firmly, straight down the ground for 4. That's definitely his best shot of the innings so far, and one of the best of the entire Australian innings. Really nicely played. 4 runs to him, takes him up to 26 now, and a relatively expensive over by the context of this innings. 7-8 off it. 10 overs to go now. 125 for 6. Australia scoring at 3.57. If they can get another 50, that'll give them 175. And that'll be runs on the board. If they can somehow manage to get up to 200, I think they'd be quite happy with that, to be honest. It doesn't look like the pitch is as good for batting as it was yesterday. Here's Dubé into his 8th over. That's nicely swept around the corner by Batra. Price goes huge. That is an enormous 6 out of the ground almost. That's gone for us here in the pavilion. He's a big strong guy, Joey Price, and he slog swept Vishal Dubé out into the car park. Big hit. And I think that might be the first 6 of the day. Let's just have a look at the scorecard. Yes, it is. 9 boundaries and a 6 today for Joseph, 1 boundary and 1 6 for Joseph Price, who's now up to 32, making him the high scorer of the Australian innings. And that was a very meaty blow. So maybe the 2 Aussie batsmen have now added 46, thinking now's the time to start cashing in a little bit for the hard work they did early. Price takes another. Joey Price is known for his batting. He still plays first grade in Newcastle, so that's a good standard. Meanwhile, Danny Batra did play a lot of first grade. Now I think he might be restricted to last man stands, which he plays a lot of. He plays a firm shot now too, but just for 1. The most notable feature of Danny Batra's statistics at the Australian National Champs was his strike rate. He scored 149 strike rate in that tournament. He's scoring at 43 today, so a little bit of a different scenario. Good over for Australia, 9 off that one from Vishal Dubé.
Somebody's car alarm or something.
So the spin attack will continue with Hardeep Singh about to bowl his 7th over. Didn't get a bowl in the warm-up match against New Zealand A. Batted alright though, scored 78 from 68. And actually kept wicket for the second half of that match, so he does everything, this guy. Very enthusiastic man, Hardeep Singh. Super humble, really nice chap. At the interprovincial tournament that we had in Blenheim late last year, he scored 70 odd in one of the games. And I saw him at the lunch break and said, "Well batted, Hardeep," and he was so apologetic for not going on to score 100. He was almost grovelling in apology. So very, very modest. Chance of a catch? No, it was a bit wide for that. .50 partnership now between these two, Batra and Price. Well done to those two. They've really put a little bit of steel into this Aussie total, coming in with the score at 86 for 6. And there'll be one more run to Price, pulls it out to deep mid-wicket. And so they both got their iron now, and they're just starting to flourish a wee bit. Joey Price in particular has got himself up to 34. So I'm not sure if Dubé's going to bowl his 9th over. Got hit for that 6 in the previous over. There might be a change here. Paddy Sullivan is running up, taking off the glasses and the hat. So Dubé won't get to bowl his full complement in this spell at least. Paddy Sullivan, the left arm opening bowler, will come back. Vishal Dubé, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 30. Very good return for him on his international debut. Well, everyone's making their over-40s debut today. And Paddy Sullivan took an early wicket, that of Jeff Hemming, who had played some very crisp pull shots, making his way to 18 before Sullivan induced a false shot, and Darren Cudby took a good catch behind the wicket. Here is Sullivan bowling to Batra. Starts with a wide. See the captain, Peter Connell, doing some warm-ups as well, so he may come back shortly. Oh, what's happened there? He's it's not super short, but Batra's tried to maybe ramp it or uppercut it. Didn't look all that beautiful, to be honest. He missed it completely and threw to keeper Cudby. Six bowlers used today. Sullivan, who's bowling now, Peter Connell, the captain, Adam Hastelow, Hamish Marshall, and the two spinners, Vishal Dubé and Hardeep Singh, bowling the 37.2 overs that we've had so far. That one's hit out to the cover sweeper for a single. Out of those, Hamish Marshall, perhaps the pick, 2 for 13 off 6, although the spinners have bowled well as well. In fact, everyone's bowled fairly well. The opening bowlers picking up a wicket each. If you're just joining us or recently joining us, Ash Hardy was the first out today in the 5th over for 7. Caught it slip by Steve Hobson off Peter Connell. Jeff Hemming went a run later for 18. I just mentioned he was caught. Cudby bowled Paddy Sullivan, who's about to continue his 6th over here. And it's driven really nicely out towards extra cover, or past extra cover, but Adam Hastelow is very quick across the ground. He strides across and gets the ball back in. 2 are taken. So Hemming fell with the score at 29, then a 28-run partnership between May and Irvine, before May was LBW to Hamish Marshall for 16. This one's gone into the exact same position. They'll only get 1 this time. Brian May fell with the score at 57. 9 runs later, Suresh Pereira was the victim of a run out or a running miscommunication. He was run out for 3. 20-run partnership between Baker and Irvine ended when Baker was caught hooking. Yeah, Baker was caught by Hastelow at backward square leg. The only man within 3 metres of any other fielder. Adam Hastelow took that catch off the bowling of Hamish Marshall. Stephen Baker fell for 10. And then the last man to go was Trevor Irvine. He was caught really well at slip by Deepak June from the bowling of Vishal Dubey for 23. The score was 86 at that point, and since then these players have put on a really good partnership of 57. That's Danny Batra and Joey Price. They took their time early on, just consolidated, and then the last few overs have just opened up a little bit. Joey Price has got himself up to 37 from 52, and Danny Batra 17 from 39. Hardeep Singh has bowled really well, 7.1 overs, none for 24. That's just 3 1/3 and over. They will think about 2 as it goes out to James Marshall on the far end of the field from us here, but he swoops in quickly enough and it's just 1. It's lofted by Joey Price, but there is protection. Field well set, and Deepak June at long off.
No, that was Batra.
That was Batra, I'm sorry. Oh, that's a short, quick ball which has been pummeled by Price down to the same fielder again, Deepak June. He bowled that a little bit like a medium pacer, that one. It was pretty quick. But Price was equal to it, as in fact was June, the fielder. End of another good over for Hardeep Singh, 4 singles off it. It's nicely played by Joseph Price. He was advancing down the wicket, probably looking to hit it down the ground, just adjusted his shot at the last moment and squirted it out to the cover sweeper for 1. Fine leg going back. That's Deepak June. As Batra hits it out to the cover sweeper again. And June comes back inside the circle. So he's up for Price and back for Batra. And the long off goes back for Price, who's been hitting strongly down the ground. As he tries to do on that occasion, makes no contact, and it flies through to Darren Cudby, who's standing all alone there behind the stumps. All the slips have dispersed, as you'd expect in these last 6 overs. Jay Marshall showing off a little bit there, catching the ball behind his back as it was thrown to him. Good bowling this from Paddy Sullivan, beating Price a couple of times in a row with the old ball. Thank you, Anne. That's the 150 up for Australia. So at 86 for 6, 150 looked a little bit far away. These two have done really well. 64 run partnership. 5 overs to go and 1 ball. So with 5 overs to go, what can Australia do? They're 151 for 6th. That's 3.77 an over. If they can score 40 runs off the last 8 and over, that'll get them up to 190, which is the score I've been mentioning for a while. Anything above that would be excellent from their point of view. Whatever happens, they at least have some runs to bowl at. To defend at least. Fielding's been pretty good by New Zealand today. They dropped a couple of chances early on, one on the slips and where the other one was, the keeper as well, but generally quite efficient, especially in the circle. They've effected a good run out and dived around, looking pretty good. The Aussies were very good yesterday as well, and I'm sure they will be again today. Hardeep bowls that quicker ball again, which is virtually medium pace, and short of a length, just whacked back at him. No run. Joey Price up to 41 now. Can he reach a half century? Goes down the ground and 1 bounce. It just bounces inches inside the boundary line as Deepak June was scooting around to try and stop it, couldn't do so. Good solid blow from Joey Price. His second boundary to go with a big 6, and he's up to 45 now, looking to become the first player in the world to score an over-40s international half-century. That would be a good achievement. Hardeep Singh finishes his spell. 9 overs, no maidens, none for 33. Good effort from him. He still has a job to do with the bat, which is his main reason for being in the team.
Peter is coming back. Peter.
And Paddy Sullivan only came back for 1 or 2 overs, and he's being replaced now by Peter Connell, the captain, who
156.
Yeah. The 6.
Peter Connell bowled 6 overs at the top of the innings, taking 1 for 28. Took an important wicket, that of Ash Hardy, the first to go. The Aussies were looking pretty good at that stage. They'd got themselves up to 28 within the first 5 overs. That one just dropped on the leg side. There was almost a collision between the bowler Connell and the non-striking batsman Joey Price. Both pretty big fellas. It would have been interesting to see who came out on top if there was a push of shoulders, but Peter Connell just raised his hands and let Price run through for that leg bye. Oh, Connell excites his fellow teammates by leaping high above his head to retrieve that ball after one bounce. He's just doing a bit of stretching now. Full stretch as he leapt up to grab the ball above his head. Five off the over, 42 gone, 3 remaining. Danny Batra, 24. Joey Price, 47 from 64. 75 runs the partnership. Good effort from these two. 161 for 6. I think that the 190 I mentioned might be a little bit far away. It would require going at 10s. You never know though. Adam Hastelow, I think, is coming back into the attack. Bowled 5 overs earlier in the day, none for 19 from the cemetery end. He's now bowling at the town end. The town, of course, being Rangiora. Ooh, starts with that slower ball. We saw it the other day. It's almost like a leg spinner. It's very, very slow. Well, it is a leg spinner. And it's been squirted down to third man. They will come back for 3 runs. So 3 to Batra. And Joey Price, who's on 47. It's well bowled by Hastelow. Good pace. Darren Cudby standing pretty far back for an over-40s bowler. And Hastelow whipping it through there, beating the attempted drive of Danny Batra. That one's short and it's hoisted away. There's a chance of a catch. No, Scott Mara, I think it is, out there trying his best to get there, but it's beaten him and into the boundary for 4. It was well played by Batra. The ball was a little bit short and he just helped it on its way, swung it around to the backward square leg boundary. His first 4 of the match. He's faced 54 deliveries, scored 31. And that's the first time he's reached the boundary. So Joey Price on 48. Hits it out to Hamish Marshall, who will only allow 1 to be scored. Right, that will be 50 for Joey Price. Takes him up to 50. Gets a round of applause. The first 50 in National Over-40s cricket by anyone around the world. Congratulations, Joey Price. Gets a little fist bump from Danny Batra, who runs a single to do that. Excellent rear guard action from the Newcastle man. Doing a great job for his team today. Good bit of fielding from... Okay. So, let me try and recap what's happened here. It was a punch down the ground. It was a good piece of fielding from Adam Hastelow. Dropped one hand down to stop it. Had a fire at the stumps. There was no one at the stumps, so it went for an overthrow. And then Deepak June did virtually the same thing coming in from fine leg. So, how many runs? Two. Two scored in the end to Batra. Both overthrows. This time Hastelow fields it cleanly and, well, not quite cleanly, but clean enough to prevent any chance of a run. So there was a lot of action in that previous delivery. Batra has hit this one for 6 runs over mid-wicket. Full toss from Peter Connell. Batra took a couple paces down the wicket, got there on the full, and hit it to the left of Hamish Marshall over the boundary by about 2 metres. So a little while ago he scored his first boundary, and now he's scored his first 6, and that's taken him up to 40. And the Aussies, maybe they will get that 190 after all. I think they probably will actually. They've got 8 balls left to get 9. They might even look at 200. Batra down the crease, down the wicket again, but ends up almost yorking himself. So they've done really well, these two Australians. A partnership of 95 for the 7th wicket, unbroken, of course. And they've hauled Australia back into this game. And now it's finished. Danny Batra edging, Darren Cudby sticking one hand, his right hand, and pulling in that catch. So the partnership ends, and it does finish on 95. Excellent effort by Danny Batra, out for 40. Caught Cudby, bowled Connell. So he'll get a warm round of applause for his rearguard effort, and Richie Wild will come in.
It was the end of the over, wasn't it?
So the 7th wicket finally claimed by New Zealand after After 20 overs, those two batted from the 24th over to the 44th, putting on 95, so real good effort from those two. And they've brought the run rate up to 4.11. Danny Batra batting at 7, scoring 40 off 59 balls, 1-4, 1-6. Joey Price at 8, he's still in on 50. And those two being the top scorers in the innings by some distance. The next best is the 23 scored by Trevor Irvine. Richie Wild, the new man at the crease, he won't be facing. He batted pretty well yesterday, only got a few overs to show what he could do at the end of the Australian innings against New Zealand A. So it's Hastelow to Price, who slams it up to extra cover, but too hard to consider taking a run. So this is the last over of the Australian innings, and maybe that 190 will be around the score they'll look for after all. Price leaves that one, a good decision. It's a no ball, and it'll be a free hit. So I don't know if he left it, I guess he left it on width, but it ended up being a no ball, and possibly a wide as well, but only one of them counts. So it's a no ball, which means it'll be a free hit, and that's a nice luxury to have in the final over as a batsman. What can do with this free opportunity? Swings hard and just eludes the keeper. It's going to go down to the boundary for 4. So the result is good from an Australian perspective. 4 runs to Joey Price. Darren Cudby dived away to his right, tried to effect a catch that wouldn't have counted, but it would have kept the score down. As it happened, it went past him and raced to the boundary for 4. So he's 6 now, 4 balls to go. Price swings hard and whacks it long over long off for 6 runs. Excellent shot. He's a big powerful guy is Joey Price, and he has hoofed that over the head of Deepak June at long off for 6 runs. So they sail past that 190. Still 3 balls to go. 192 is the score, maybe even 200 on the cards. Price up to 60 from 71. Price just collecting his thoughts. Takes guard again. Here comes Hastelow. Price swings hard again, but it'll just be 1. He's hit it straight to Hamish Marshall on the cover boundary, who fields safely. So Richie Wild, he's not going to have much chance to... he's not going to have any chance to play himself in. The big left-hander, he's just tapping all the fielders on the head, making sure they're all there. He played a couple of nice sweep shots yesterday. Maybe he won't do that against the pace of Hastelow. Wild, the former Nottinghamshire second 11 player, now playing for his adopted country of Australia. A few field changes being made by Hastelow in conjunction with the vice-captain, James Marshall. We've got long on, long off. He's a left-hander. So long on, long off. Cow corner, mid-wicket, and point are the men out. Here we go. Hastelow to Wild. 2 balls to go. He tries a very dinky ramp, which does not pay off, and goes straight through to the keeper. No run. Not sure that was Richie Wild's highest percentage shot option. I think he may have tried to reverse ramp that. Didn't he end up playing it right-handed? He did. Okay, last ball of the innings, Hastelow to Wild. He does the same shot again, collects it this time over the head of short fine leg and down to the boundary for 4. So, not disheartened by his first failed attempt. He tries it again and it comes off for him. 4 runs to Wild to end the innings. And Australia do pretty well in the end to get up to 197 for 7 after 45 overs. Just quickly running you through the scorecard. Hemming 18, Hardy 7, May 16, Irvine 23, Pereira 3, Baker 10, Batra 40, Joseph Price 61 not out, and Richie Wild 4 not out off 2 balls. 197 for 7, that's 4.38 and over. And the fielders and batsmen and all the players, in fact, will take a well-deserved 45-minute lunch break, which means we'll be back at about 2:40 local time for the New Zealand run chase. Join us then.
was just saying.
Alright, welcome back to Main Power Oval in Rangiora. As you can see, the players are heading out back into the middle for New Zealand's run chase of Australia's 197. So the target, 198 to win. My name's Jim Morrison, alongside Anne McLeod, our trusty scorer. And we'll be with you for this remaining up to 45 overs. That's what New Zealand have maximum to chase down 198. Australia scoring 197 for 7. If you missed it earlier, highest score was Joseph Price, who scored 61 from 73 balls, and Danny Batra with 40. He was the other main contributor. Together those two put on 95. And looks like Chris Dixon will open the bowling from the cemetery end, and he'll bowl to Hardeep Singh. Oh yeah, thank you. Okay, so Australia's first ball in over-40s cricket will be bowled by Chris Dixon to Hardeep Singh, who pulls straight away 4 runs. So just like the Australian innings started with a boundary off the very first ball, a pull shot, so does New Zealand's, and Hardeep Singh is under 4 off the first ball. He gets right back on his stumps and went back even further to play that shot. He is an aggressive batsman, so stay tuned. We could be in for some entertainment. Pulls again, over mid-wicket this time, 4 more. So this one straighter in terms of where it went. Short as well, and Hardeep Singh quick onto the back foot. It's his second consecutive boundary. So 2 balls, 2 boundaries, and New Zealand up to 8 already. That's a better ball from Dixon, finding his length and drawing Hardeep forward. So Christen, known for his economy, usually. He was economical yesterday with the ball. Hardeep Singh, as I mentioned earlier, scored an effortless 78 in the warm-up game against New Zealand A off 68 balls before retiring to give others a go. The man at the other end, James Marshall, also retired in that match. 62 he scored. So neither of these two batsmen have been dismissed yet in this series. And that's the end of Chris Dixon's first over. None for 8 for him. Now, it looks like we might be opening with spin here, the Aussies. Or, yep, no, it's going to be Richie Wild, the off spinner, who will take the new ball. Interesting call from the Australians. Talking to some of the players at lunch, both the Kiwis and Aussies, they said there was absolutely no spin. Not a single ball turned. And Australia opening with a spinner. So maybe just hoping that Richie Wild will get the ball to skid on a little bit. The 3 fielders that Australia are allowed to have out on the boundary, one is at cover, one is moving around to mid-wicket, and can you see the third, Anne? Is there or are there just 2?
Just one each side.
Yeah, so they've only chosen to have 2 out. They're allowed 3, but just opting for 2, both square of the wicket. So here's Wild to James Marshall. And Marshall is, well, he ends up about 3 or 4 paces outside his crease by the time he hits that, and just drops it into the onside no run. That one's a little bit quicker from Wild. Richie Wild played second 11 cricket for Nottinghamshire, so didn't quite crack the county side, but played second, still a good standard. And James Marshall takes a quick single to get off the mark. Up to mid-on, pushing and running with the shot. So his international run scoring account has been opened. Deep back cuts, and there's going to be a few runs here. There's no third man. It's going to disappear out of our view. They've run 2, and James Marshall will jog back for the third. So Hardeep just waiting on that one and guiding it down between gully and backward point for 3. James Marshall tries to play a similar shot, but hits it straight to the man at gully, and there's no run. It's slower from Wild, nicely bowled. Just turned around the corner into the onside for 1 for Hamish Marshall to end Richie Wild's first over. So both of these 2 batsmen, in fact all of the top 4 batsmen for New Zealand, have all played first class cricket. The 2 Marshall brothers, James and Hamish, have also played international cricket. James, who scored that single, played 7 test matches, 10 one-day internationals, 148 first class matches and 158 list day matches. has the highest first class score of 235, does James Marshall. What can he do against Chris Dixon? He leg glances unconvincingly to pick up a single. Aggressive shot by Hardeep Singh, whipping the ball over to the right of mid-on and into the boundary for 4. It's a nice wristy shot from Hardeep Singh. He really does play all around the wicket, this guy. If he stays in long enough, you're going to see some unconventional shots, shall we say. He generally starts off playing a bit more traditionally. Plays his cricket in Christchurch, which is just down the road from us here, for the Marist Harwood Club. Marshall will race back for 2 as that one's a little bit to the left of the fielder, and Marshall still very quick. He was known when he was playing international cricket for being very quick between the wickets, him and Hamish, and still able to scamper through at the age of 44. So I mentioned Australia's score of 197 for 7, highlighted by 61 to Joey Price and 40 to Danny Batra. The main wicket takers in the New Zealand bowling lineup: Hamish Marshall, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 13, bowled the only maiden of the entire innings. Peter Connell took 2 wickets, 2 for 42 off 8. And most of the other bowlers bowled fairly economically, particularly the spinners Vishal Dubey and Hardeep Singh. Hardeep Singh batting now. He'll face Richie Wild. Oh, and they'll take a single. Hardeep also very quick between the wickets. Slender man. Marshall uses his feet, chips it just over the head of mid-on, who will turn and chase, and the batters will take 2. It's not really timed by Marshall. I don't think he was trying to smash it, but he probably would have liked to have cleared the fielder's head by a little more than he did. Using his feet again, not quite to the pitch, and It sort of comes off a thick inside edge out to square leg for 2 more. So Marshall picking off the runs. He doesn't like to allow bowlers to bowl a string of dots to him, like most good batters. Uses his feet again, and again doesn't get to the pitch, and that one hits him on the pad. Stays in his crease this time and gets a Yorker length delivery, which he just digs out to end a pretty good over from Wild. 2 2s and a 1. And he has 10 off his 2 overs. Dixon has 16 off his 2, and it's 26 without loss after 4. Still a fantastic day here in Rangiora. I'm not sure if the temperature's past that 30 mark that we were talking about earlier. Very warm, a nice little breeze blowing into the commentary and scoring box. Admittedly, most of it coming through the window in front of me rather than in front of Anne. Hers is blocked. You're not too hot there, Anne? No.
Out there.
28 degrees out there apparently. Bowled him! James Marshall chops it on. Maybe trying to guide the ball down on the offside, and just gets an inside edge onto his stumps. So Australia take an early wicket. Australia lost their first wicket after a good start. At around the same stage, they were 28 for 1. New Zealand lose their first at 27, and it's one of their big guns, James Marshall, out for just 9. So that's an important breakthrough for the Aussies. They'll be delighted with that. They need to take regular wickets to defend this total. It's not a huge one. Might be a competitive one though. James Marshall trying to manoeuvre the ball, I feel, with that shot. Probably could have just defended it with a straight bat, trying to manoeuvre it around for a single, and just took the thick inside edge onto the stumps. And Chris Dixon takes his first international wicket. He'll be really happy about that. Proud moment. The new batter is Deepak June. So we have 2 Indian-born players at the crease. Deepak also played first-class cricket in India and in New Zealand for Wellington. He's facing his first ball now. June played for Wellington Tasman at the interprovincial tournament in November. Scored a century in one match and a 90 in another. So great over that for Chris Dixon, taking the important wicket of James Marshall off the second ball, bowling him, and New Zealand 27 for 1 after 5. Hardeep onto the back foot, cutting it away. There's a man there. Out right of screen as you see it. And Hardeep takes 2. He's up to 20 now from 15 deliveries. 3 fours in that. Always scores at a pretty quick clip. Has such a wide range of shots to choose from. It was bowled a bit quicker and flatter by Richie Wild, and maybe surprised Hardeep a little bit. Took the thick outside edge. And it brings the left-handed June down to face his first ball from the cemetery end. Batting at that end, that is. Richie Wild bowling from the town end. Bowled him! Deepak June goes now, also bowled. Great delivery from Richie Wild as Deepak June tried to drive that one into the covers. It's beaten his outside edge and dislodged his bails. So, Aussie strike. 2 early wickets for them as well. We saw that in the Australian innings. 2 for 29 they were. Now New Zealand, 2 for 30. Drama here at Main Power Oval. And Australia right back into this game now. So that was the last ball of Richie Wild's over, and he took the important wicket of Deepak June, who can be a very dangerous batter. And that brings the second of the Marshalls to the wicket, Hamish Marshall. He'll join Hardeep Singh, who's on 21. New Zealand have a lot of work to do, still need 168. There's a bit of chat out there. I can hear the Aussies yapping away to each other. Indirectly at the batsman, of course, but pretending to talk to each other. Hardeep drives expansively, slightly aerially, through extra cover. He'll take 2. Hamish Marshall taking guard, about to face his first delivery from Chris Dicko Dixon. That's his name, not his middle name. And that one maybe keeping a little bit low as it's let to sail through to the keeper by Marshall. Didn't seem to get up particularly high, that ball. Dixon, quite a tall man, 6 foot plus, big strong fella, from Lake Macquarie in New South Wales. And Marshall will get off the mark, just push down towards where third man would be, and he gets 2. No third man. We saw that from the Aussies yesterday. They left that area vacant, and they've done so again today. Seven overs gone, and New Zealand scoring at 5 and over, 35, but they've lost 2 wickets. 2 very important ones. James Marshall was bowled by Chris Dixon for 9 off 14 deliveries. Deepak June, well, he didn't even get off the mark. 0 he scored off 5 balls. He was also bowled by Richie Wild, who's about to start his 3rd over. He is 1 for 13. And it's been hit around the corner by Hardeep Singh. It's beaten the short fine leg, who will turn and chase. And Hardeep will rush through for a 3rd run. So that duck to Deepak June was the first of the match, none in the Australian innings. So unfortunately for Deepak June, he's the first batter not to, well, to bat but not score an international run today. He'll have up to 2 more opportunities on Thursday and Friday. Just a slight delay while Hamish Marshall ties his shoelaces. There was an offer from one of the Aussies to do it for him, but he's opted to do it himself. I never understand why batsmen need someone else to tie their shoelaces. You just take off your gloves and do it yourself. It's so hard to tie someone else's shoelaces, unless they're a child. And it's a very alpha male thing to do, to ask someone to tie your shoelaces. Ooh, that was a quicker ball from Wild that time, and Hamish Marshall almost looked like he had hesitated that kind of sweep shot. It wasn't a full sweep shot, but it just hurried onto him. So Richie Wild does have that quicker ball, and he's bowled it a couple of times, so the Kiwis will have to look out for that. It's slower and beats Marshall as he tries to cut. Very good over from Richie Wild. Just that 3 off the first ball, and then bowled 5 good balls to Hamish Marshall. So we certainly have a battle on our hands here at Main Power Oval, this first ever Over-40s international match. Maybe slightly advantage to Australia, having taken those early wickets. If they can get one more, it will definitely be their advantage. Here's Dixon to Hardeep. Edges it a little bit into the gully. On the other hand, if New Zealand can get through these first 15 overs or so, conditions might get a little bit easier for batting. The shine will come off the ball. We did see the Australians put on 95 for the 7th wicket. Chance of a catch as Hardeep slams it down to mid-on, but it bounces just in front of the fielder there. That's Suresh Pereira. Not a chance, but maybe an opportunity. And 2 runs to Hardeep Singh, who hasn't been fazed by the loss of wickets around him. He's still continuing in his merry style of batting. 29 off 23. And he's probably still only in 2nd gear. Cuts. There's a big gap there point, but he hasn't really timed it, so it'll just be the 2 more. Hardeep turns it into the leg side and calls OK, OK, which presumably means yes. And Hamish Marshall understands, so he comes running through. Five off that over, scores 43 for 2 after 9. I hope you're enjoying this match, wherever you may be in the world. I know we do have quite a few Australians watching, so welcome to you, and plenty of Kiwis as well. Perhaps some people who have followed the link from the World Over-40s and 50s Facebook page. Keen to see what international over-40s cricket looks like. Or maybe you have a friend or a family member playing in the match. Maybe you're a keen patriotic Australian or New Zealander. Here's Wild continuing to Hardeep. So the experiment of opening the bowling with the spin of Richie Wild paying off. Richie's bowled 4.1 overs, 1 for 16. Smashed away by Hardeep Singh, just a little bit short. He rocked back and heaved it up to wide long on for 4. Didn't time it completely well, but he gave it enough welly to roll over the long boundary. The boundaries are quite big here at Rangiora. They're longer than they were yesterday in the sense that the rope is closer to the fence. It's a purpose-built ground here. It's not cricket and rugby like a lot of New Zealand fields are. So a real cricket oval. And there are some especially long boundaries, particularly over to the left, like out of screen as you'll be watching it, over to the left. That's a very long boundary there. Hardeep goes towards mid-wicket. Again, he hasn't timed it, and the fielder there, I was going to say would keep it to 2, but he comes racing back, does Hardeep Singh. Might have hurt himself. He's pulled up a little bit lame, maybe a knee or a calf, as he came sprinting back for that 3rd run. Hopefully nothing too serious. He's just flexing his right leg. So it could be a knee. Let's see. So Hamish Marshall, very conservative in the 11 balls that he's faced so far, just 2, building himself into this innings. He probably recognises that New Zealand are in a little bit of trouble and that he needs to bat long today. Hardeep Singh, not too worried about all that sort of thing. He's just played his game, 39 off 30. Now, do we have a change of bowler here? Yes, we do. It's Scott Jarvis replacing Chris Dixon. His first ball is pretty good. Has Hardeep on the back foot defending. Scott Jarvis, in my opinion, was the quickest of the Australian bowlers yesterday. Yesterday he bowled 6 overs, 1 for 41 in a high-scoring innings of 304 by New Zealand A. Bit of a tighter contest today. Hardeep cuts beautifully. There's a big gap there, and I think he has timed this one well enough to go into the fence. He has. It's a long chase for the fielder to retrieve it. That is one of those long boundaries. And Hardeep Singh playing a lovely cut shot. He's limping a little bit, but it doesn't seem to affect his boundary scoring ability. He's up to 43 now off 33 deliveries. And New Zealand have passed 50. They're on 54. Good end to the over for Scott Jarvis. Just that one loose ball which was hit away for 4. The other 5 balls were dots, which is a good effort against Hardeep. And after 11 overs, New Zealand are 54 for 2, so they're going at 4.9. From here they need 4.24, so run rate not really a huge issue. To 198. Shouldn't present too much trouble if the Kiwi batsmen can stay in. It's just wickets that'll bother them. Quick single, so Hardeep not troubled too much by that leg injury. He calls Hamish Marshall through for 1. Now we've got a long on going back, not all the way to the fence. He's about 15-20 metres in off it. See if that changes the way Hardeep plays. This is a short ball, so he doesn't really have the option of playing up to long on. Still plenty of room on the leg side. The next fielder over is also off the boundary at mid-wicket. So maybe the Aussies feel that Hardeep isn't quite strong enough to clear those fielders. They're both in off the fence by about 20 metres. They may be surprised. Oh, that's beaten everybody, including the keeper, and it's going to go for a number of byes. 1, 2, and they'll probably come back for 3. So that was that quicker ball again from Wild, and well, the batsman left it, I think, and the keeper tried to catch it, but didn't. 3 byes. This will give the fielder some work to do. No, he didn't even have time. It was flicked fine, and Richie Wild barely had time to take off to his right before it ran over the line there. So the extra pace of Scott Jarvis maybe proving his undoing there. 4 runs to Hardeep Singh. Nice leg glance. He's up to 47 now. Hit in the air. I think it's going to land in the gap. It does. Not timed with that attempted pull shot, I suppose. Plays it well in front of square, that shot. It fell safely though. Lots of safe areas in this field. It is a big oval. So Hardeep Singh up to 49 now. Wide ball called. Taken. He won't get his half century. He's nicked it behind, and a good piece of keeping from Dave Prosser. Snaffles it, and Hardeep Singh has to go. Caught behind for 49. New Zealand lose their 3rd wicket. So that's a big breakthrough for the Aussies. Hardeep was looking dangerous. He had scored 49 of the 65 runs that New Zealand had scored, so he was doing the bulk of the scoring. And a good reward for Scott Jarvis, who's bowled pretty well. He's just bowled 1 bad ball. And Australia, they were 57 for 3 and then 66 for 4. New Zealand 65 for 3. So run scoring not all that easy. And New Zealand have a real battle on their hands. Steve Hobson is the new batter, coming in at number 5. He was playing here just a couple of weekends ago for the Otago Country Hawke Cup team. His team scored 123, and then Canterbury Country racked up 505 in return. So he's had plenty of experience standing out in the middle. I think he scored maybe 15 himself that day, or in that match. And here he is coming in at number 5. With a bit of rebuilding work to do. Australia bowling well. All 3 of their bowlers taking a wicket, Dixon, Wild and Jarvis. Oh, and he's beaten first up. Good delivery from Jarvis. End of a wicket taking over. Well done. Scott Jarvis picking up his first international wicket, conceding 7 runs off the over, but he won't mind that at all because he got that 1 wicket. And he now has 1 for 11 from his 2. New Zealand 65 for 3. So, like Australia, unable to put partnerships together. Australia only had the 1 partnership of note, that 95-run partnership for the 7th wicket between Price and Batra. And similarly, New Zealand having partnerships of 27, 3, 35. Hamish Marshall has some battling to do. He's on 3 from 13. Just looking to get his solid defence in order. Really looking to score at this stage. He does play an aggressive shot to this short delivery, and it's heading out towards the boundary, and it does reach the boundary now. So Hamish Marshall, while he was been focusing on defence, when a poor delivery comes along, he's able to take advantage of it and picks up his first 4. He's up to 7 now. He will have been in situations like this many, many times. Played a lot of county cricket in England for Gloucestershire, I think. Also played for Wellington, Northern Districts, and of course New Zealand. Steve Hobson, meanwhile, was born and raised in South Africa. Played in the South African under-19 side. And that's a side that you've got to be pretty good to make as well. Just to sweep that one and makes no contact. End of the over. 70 for 3. And we'll have 1 more over before drinks. Both teams can reassess. Glanced fine by Marshall. There's work for Wild to do, which he does very well. Moved quickly across right, the big man, and kept the scoring to 2. Good work by Richie Wild, who's had a pretty good day. Didn't have to do too much with the bat. Faced 2 balls, hit one of them for 4, and has taken a wicket in amongst his 7 overs. And just now done some good fielding. Steve Hobson, look. 2 balls until drinks. I reckon Hamish Marshall might just try and see them out. And he will get a single to finish this first block of 15 overs with New Zealand 73 for 3. And we'll be back in about 3 or 4 minutes' time. Change of bowler, Suresh Pereira. Suresh Pereira. Suter's the name of the Australian manager. Suresh Pereira is the bowler, former Sri Lankan international. bowling to former New Zealand international Hamish Marshall. We saw Marshall bowling to Pereira earlier. That was a good contest, and this one might be as well. Pereira bowling very full in his first 4 deliveries, right up into the toes of Hamish Marshall. I was talking to Suresh last night. He said he used to be a quick bowler. Reckoned he bowled about 135 kilometres an hour back in the day. That's cut nicely by Marshall, just for a single. And now bowls sort of quickish off spin. One of his teammates described him as a right-armed Derek Underwood.
Hello.
Quick single taken by Hobson, and that will get him off the mark finally. His first runs in over-40s cricket. Scott Jarvis continuing to Steve Hobson, who just got off the mark in the last over, and will pick up his second run now, just dropping the ball into the onside. Hamish Marshall will pick up a single with a very similar shot.
Who's next to him? What's the bowls? The bowls?
Pretty handy. cut away and past gully. It's heading out towards that long third man boundary. I think it might just pull up inside, teases the fielder. It does. They could maybe almost run 4. Hobson was keen for it, but they settle for 3.
That's you had the boundary.
That's one of his. Yeah.
That was funny.
That's
Wasn't out as far yesterday.
No,
so.
no, I'll take it from there.
it's one of Steve Hobson's favoured shots, the cut. But it's Hamish Marshall on strike now. Oh, and he's hit in the midsection. Good aggressive bowling from Scott Lovis. 5 off that over. He's got 1 for 19 from 4. And this partnership just in its embryonic stage. 15. Hamish Marshall taking his time to get going. 13 off 30. Steve Hobson 5 off 8. But as I said before, the RPO is not the issue. It's just the wickets. And Suresh Pereira bowling his allegedly fast off spinners. Still comes in off about 10 or 11 paces. Beats the attempted cut of Steve Hobson.
Who else? Who got you better with Paddy?
Who went for naught?
That's a good delivery from Pereira. Nice length, and it drew Steve Hobson forward and then beat him on the outside the outside edge. That's well played by Steve Hobson though. Just a little flick of the wrist turns it from an on drive more to a flick, I suppose, and he picks up an easy 2.
Are you playing the over-50s in actual Cape Town?
Yep.
Yeah.
So we start the game, we got the head called off.
Oh.
So that's quite good.
Did you see?
Okay, that's not near enough.
Beats the cut of Hobson again and ends another tied over, just 2 off it. Suresh Pereira, he just turned 45 the other day, played 3 test matches, 20 one-day internationals, took 147 first-class wickets at an average under 25, so that's pretty handy. Had best bowling of 7 for 73. So that's back when he was bowling fast. He's now bowling quickish off spin, but still a very good bowler, and this is going to be an intriguing contest. 82 for 3 after 18.
A couple of decent innings, weren't they, those two? You posted.
Yeah. Marshall will pick up a run here as there's a slight fumble by the man at Gully. And every run vital. They still need 115 of them. do New Zealand if they're to win this match.
They get 2 straights in a
Oh,
Ooh, nice off drive by Steve Hobson. It's beaten the field. It's not going to reach that super long boundary.
Geez, they could run 5 there.
There's a chance of running 4. They're going to run 4. Wow, how about that? You don't see an all run 4 very often. But Hamish Marshall and Steve Hobson have done just that. Hamish Marshall may be regretting it slightly. He's hunched over at the non-striker's end now, thinking, I'm not 25 anymore. And Steve Hobson also just taking a wee breather. He is very fit though, Steve Hobson, and Hamish Marshall. So we'll count that as a 4, which it is, of course. And Steve Hobson doing the right thing after running a 4, letting the ball through to the keeper.
see the artificial hockey pitch is being watered.
Whereabouts? Oh,
Oh, straight ahead.
Oh, that's aerial up to mid-off.
Lucky.
Just a slightly Hobson. The previous drive he played was very classical, but this occasion he just lost his shape a little bit and it only fell about a metre short of the mid-off fieldsman, who I think is Trevor Irvine. So Hobson will just need to tighten up a wee bit here. He's still got a lot of work to do. Now what's happening here? The slip is coming into a short, it's almost a short mid-off. We've still got a regular mid-off and a short cover. So quite an interesting field here. They're really trying to entice Hobson to play an aerial drive. But he bowls short, which is probably not the thing you want to do, and Hobson pulls it away imperiously to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. So if you're trying to get the man caught in short on the offside, maybe a half tracker isn't the way to do it. And good finish to the over. 2 4s in that over, one of them all run, one of them a simpler smash to the boundary. And Steve Hobson, he's up to 15. Hamish Marshall, 14. Partnership of 26. And New Zealand inching towards 100. So it looks like...
Pretty much.
Quick single from Hamish Marshall, so that he's recovered from that 4 all run in the previous over. Campbell, I reckon you'll do quite well.
I'll say if he doesn't have to, he probably wouldn't.
Right, Pereira continuing to Hamish Marshall. It's a little bit short and it's tucked away into the onside for the easiest of singles. And I hate to say it, but things just looking a little bit easier for the Kiwi batsman now.
Not positioning.
Oh, another quick single. They're going to have to. Oh, they do. There's going to be overthrows here. Probably just one by the time. Or maybe two. Yep, they're going to take two. So that's a total of 3 runs, as the shy at the stump was totally justified, but it beat the keeper, and then the man who had to do the backing up had about 60 metres to cover to do that. So the end result is 3 to Steve Hobson.
Scoreboard.
No, that got a big old-fashioned board out there. They've got all their names.
More runs
there for country.
For Hamish Marshall. He's found another of these big gaps that there are at Main Power Oval, and collects 2 more easy runs. So these two doing a lot of running, but they're the men to do it, both fit. Hamish Marshall just stretching out the, what's that, a groin stretch?
I wonder after that.
They've had awful pictures.
What's his name?
One more good piece of fielding there in the gully by that man, whoever he is. Well done, getting down. Out there. That'll be a wide from Jarvis. Haven't had to say that too much today. There haven't been many wides from the Australians. The New Zealanders bowled a few. How many have... How many have Australia bowled? Just the second. Second wide of the day for them. That's a good effort in 20 overs. Ooh, nice drive from Hamish Marshall. They don't have all the close-in catches for Hamish Marshall, and that one might have gone to one of them. He's hit it powerfully, but it's a super long boundary out there, and they run 3. Just a little bit uppish. I wonder if the pitch is maybe just stopping a wee bit. We've seen a few slightly elevated drives. Hamish Marshall not loving all this running, I don't think. But he's a tough cookie. So the That's a good delivery from Jarvis. Beats Steve Hobson. He's bowled some pretty good deliveries today, Jarvis. I wouldn't say those figures really reflect how well he's bowled. 1 for 33 off 6. He has looked very threatening at times. But this partnership developing now between Marshall and Hobson, it's up to 39. New Zealand have passed 100. They're 104 for 3. And they're going at nearly 5 and over. So maybe just slightly advantage New Zealand. They need 94 runs now, 144 balls. But this is still the crucial partnership, and one more is added to it.
Do you reckon there'll be much sort of change in that?
Gets beaten again, Hobson. He's been beaten a few times on the back foot today. Quite a few missed cuts. It is a strength of his, but doesn't always get it. It's short and bowled him. So Pereira gets the breakthrough just as the partnership was starting to flourish. Bowls a short ball and it seemed to keep quite low, that one. And Hobson went back to pull it, missed it, and his stumps are akimbo. And New Zealand lose wicket number 4 with the score at 105. Steve Hobson, just as he was getting going, bowled by Pereira for 20.
Sneaky.
So the new man, Scott Mara, comes in at number 6 for New Zealand. Played for Auckland at the IPT. Plays for the Cornwall Cricket Club in Auckland, as I've mentioned a couple of times, as a number of veterans do. Played Premier Cricket until last season. Now plays, I think, Premier Reserve or whatever it's called up in Auckland. And he's coming in with an important job to do now, with New Zealand not teetering, but if they lose another wicket, they might be teetering. Pereira, he's bowled well. 3.5 overs, 1 for 13.
So I got some of the old boys there again in terms of.
Don't fall over. Yeah, I did that the other day.
So Scott Mara, he's got a big job to do on debut, just as every single player is. Might be a little bit nervous. He's a pretty relaxed sort of guy, Scott. Into his music, plays guitar in a band.
A lot of musicians very good at cricket.
Also bowls leg spin, does Scott Mara. We didn't see him today, wasn't required. So he's in the side as a batter, and that's what he's doing now. Interesting stance, his hands are very low down. Oh, and Pereira's bowled a no ball. So that will give Scott Mara the interesting opportunity to have a free hit with only having faced 3 balls yet to. Now he's basically got to forget about defending and just have a whack and then maybe go back to defending. So it's weird getting a free hit this early on in your innings. Well, he does pretty well, goes straight, and 1 bounce for 4. So maybe that will free him up a little bit. Very nice hit from Scott Mara, just swung nicely through the ball. And it ruins a bit of a good over, just the 1 run and a wicket from it until he bowled that no ball, which was followed by a boundary, so basically 5 runs off the last ball. New Zealand 110 for 4. The equation, 88 off 138, 6 wickets in hand. Run rate, still not an issue, they're well above what they need. It's just those wickets. If Australia can grab 2 more here, that will really make it an intriguing last half of this innings. But Hamish Marshall has looked very solid, the experienced former international. As I mentioned, played a lot of first-class cricket, would have been in situations many times where he had to play rearguard innings against good bowlers. Speaking of bowlers, we've got a new one. Price, Joey Price. The man who came in at around this stage in the Australian innings and turned things around for them. Can he do the same thing with the ball? It's turned nicely into the onside for 2. So Joey Price, top scored for Australia, coming in at number 8 in fact. Scored 61 not out off 73 balls, 3 4s and 2 6s. One of them was a monster. So I think Hamish Marshall will have definitely decided that it's his responsibility to bat right through this innings. He would really like to be there at the end. He won't mind what his strike rate is, just if he can get New Zealand through. Shelving his naturally aggressive game on this occasion, for now at least. Ooh, he's a little bit expansive this time. Hits into the gully, picks up a run. So we're just over halfway through this innings, 22.5 overs gone. That means there's 22.1 remaining if New Zealand need them, or if Australia need them in fact. 3 runs off Joey Price's first over. Suresh Pereira, he was the top wicket taker at the Australian National Over-40s Championships, which were held on the Central Coast. Took 9 wickets in that tournament, had an average of just 13.78. That's a full toss, which has been hit out towards the boundary. I think it might make it. It does. Richie Wild escorts it across the line. Full toss from Pereira, not his best ball. And a couple of the fielders just looking a little bit tired now. It's been a long day. And that was a welcome boundary for Hamish Marshall. Of course, every boundary is welcome if you're a batsman. But in a tight, low-ish scoring game, it's especially useful. Marshall just easily popping the ball into the leg side. Doesn't miss out on those very often. Full again from Pereira and pushed up to mid-off for one more. So good batting, these two. Just doing exactly the right thing, hitting singles and just the odd boundary as well. And a quick single here for James Marshall, just dropping the ball on the offside and running straight away, not really giving the fielder any chance to run him out. 4, 5, 6, 7 off that over. 24 gone, and the score is 120 for 4. Hamish Marshall 31 from 47. Scott Mara 5 from 7. The players out in the New Zealand innings. James Marshall was first to go. He chopped the ball on from Chris Dixon for 9. The score was 27 at that stage. Deepak June came and went without scoring, the only duck of the game so far. He was bowled by Richie Wild for 0. Then we had a decent partnership of 35 between Hardeep, Hamish Marshall. Hardeep was particularly fluent in his 49 from 45 before he nicked one behind. And then another handy partnership, 40 between Hamish Marshall and Steve Hobson, half of which was scored by Steve Hobson, and then he missed a straight ball trying to pull one from Pereira, which kept a bit low, and he was out for 20 bowled. So just like in the Australian innings, a few minor partnerships, 20s, 30s, 40s, but no big ones. Australia had the one big partnership, 95, between Price and Buttra. And New Zealand would really hope that this particular partnership will assume similar proportions.
shoot off, Jim. See ya.
Okay, cool.
See you.
See you, Kevin.
See you.
Smashed away by Scott Mara. I don't think there's anybody down there on the boundary. There's not. He's hit it well in front of square, that pull shot. And it's flown over the boundary line there for a boundary. That's Scott Mara's second. He scored one off a free hit earlier. It's a good powerful pull shot from the New Zealand number 9. Oh, nice drive from Scott Mara. Beats the mid-off fielder. It's a long boundary down there, so it's not going to go. A good, solid off drive by Scott Mara. Picking up 3. There's been quite a few 3s run on this big field today, and even a 4 all run, which is a real rarity in New Zealand, especially at veterans cricket level. "25 overs gone now, 20 remaining, 70 needed from 120 balls. So that's a run rate required of 3.5. And as I've said a few times, for the Aussies it's all about wicket. They're not going to contain this New Zealand lineup, they need to bowl them out. He has an interesting stance, Scott Mara. His hands are very low, like below the knee roll of his pads. Lifts them up a little bit more before, just as the bowler bowls. And he crunches that one into the covers, but it's well fielded by Ash Hardy, the oldest man in the Australian side. In fact, the oldest player on the field. Already turned 50, I understand. That's short and heaved away into vacant real estate. I think he's hit it well enough to reach the boundary. He has. It trickles over now, and that's a good boundary for Scott Mara. That wasn't a good delivery from Richie Wild, who has in fact replaced Suresh Pereira without me noticing.
Richie Wong. It's
Trevor Irvine, okay. He'll pick up another boundary here, will Scott Mara, a leg spinner himself, facing the leg spin of Trevor Irvine, so perhaps reading the bowler. And we saw the long hop dispatched behind square, and that ball powerfully struck down to long on for 4. Similar shot, and we'll have the exact same result. So 3 boundaries in a row here, and the Irvine experiment not paying immediate dividends for Australia. 4-4-4. Scott Mara maybe just twisting this game a little bit more in New Zealand's favour. The total required is, or the target from here, 58 further runs. And 3 good lusty blows from the Auckland all-rounder Scott Mara. That's full and driven down too long on again, where the fielder is now positioned to prevent any more boundaries in that area. Takes a single. End of Irvine's first over, 13 off it. So Australia needs something special here. The partnership's up to 36. Hamish Marshall has been steady and solid, and Scott Mara has come in and, I wouldn't say smashed his way to 25, but he's played pretty aggressively. 25 off 16 balls, 5 boundaries. Here's Price. And Mara drives fluently again through extra cover. He's hit that well, but it's such a long boundary out there. They could consider 4, but Hamish Marshall deliberately, I think, runs slowly enough that it's not an option. And 3 are taken. Nice shot again from Scotty Mara. This will suit Hamish Marshall. He was playing the anchor role anyway, and having another batsman score quickly at the other end will just allow him to drop anchor even further. Just make sure that he's there at the end. Push the ball around like he did there, get Mara on strike. Oh, that's a high full toss that I thought may have reached Scotty Mara above the waist. He's having a look at the umpire. The umpire disagrees, thinks it hit him or reached him below the waist, so that's fine. It's just a dot ball. Hit hard by Scott Mara, doesn't even bother running. He knows that that one's going to thud into the boundary at wide mid-on. So another crucial boundary, and Australian heads just drooping ever so slightly as Scott Mara has turned this game around. 32 off just 20 deliveries. 6 boundaries he's hit. And now I think we are going to see Richie Wild. Is that Richie? It is. So the Irvine experiment has been deemed a failure, at least for now. 1 over for 13. Richie Wild, who bowled very well early on, took the wicket of Deepak June, bowled 7 overs, 1 for 29. He's going to come back perhaps seen as the Australians' best chance of taking a wicket.
We've only got 2 overs left.
So the field just moving around a little bit. We've got a deep mid wicket just moving into position, a long on. Probably someone down. There is cover on the boundary. There's a shout for a caught behind, but the umpire responds by extending his arms to signal a wide. So obviously not out.
150 up.
And that brings up the 150. Thank you, Anne. 150 for 4 after 27 overs. Current run rate up to 5.56 now. And Marshall just continues to bat very efficiently and professionally, pushing that one out to the cover sweeper for 1. Excellent batting from these two, just picking up the ones, that's all they need. Waiting for a loose delivery or something else that they can use to pick up 2 or 3 or 4, but otherwise just ones are absolutely fine from here. And there's another one from Hamish Marshall. Slow and flighted from Richie Wild, nicely bowled and respected by Scott Mara, making that the only dot from this over. 7 off it with a wide. And that's the 50 partnership between Scott Mara and Hamish Marshall. Mara being the dominant partner with 34 of those off just 23 deliveries. Four bowlers have taken wickets for Australia. Chris Dixon, 1 for 27 off 5. Richie Wild, who just bowled, 1 for 35 from 8. Scott Jarvis, 1 for 33 from 6. And Suresh Pereira, 1 for 25 from 5. The unsuccessful bowlers, Joseph Price, none for 19. And Trevor Irvine, who went for 13 from his 1 over. One of those wicket takers is coming back, Chris Dixon. Sorry, Anne, is that what you were about to say? Okay. So Chris Dixon, the spearhead of the Australian bowling attack, I think. Coming back to try and wangle a wicket. Took a good wicket early on, that of James Marshall, the twin brother of Hamish, who's batting now. He had James Marshall chopping the ball onto his own stumps, and therefore being bowled for 9. He's looked very unflustered today, Hamish Marshall, as you'd expect. Just knew exactly what needed to be done when he walked in. I'm not saying it's been done yet by any means, but he's looked calm, took his time early on. Wasn't even looking to score for the first 10 or 15 balls. And then he's just slowly changed gears once or twice. Only the 2 boundaries, but he's hit lots of 1s and 2s, and the odd 3. Nice straight drive, which has beaten the field. He hasn't tried to hit it hard, so it may not reach the boundary. It is pulled up just inside, and it's yet another 3. So he's done a lot of running today, Hamish Marshall. I'm sure he's got his step count up to whatever he's trying to do. And he's up to 39 now from 60. Scott Mara, 34. He's been more in boundary hitting frame of mind. Not worried about his step count too much. Might be a little bit frustrating for the Aussies, seeing how unflustered these 2 Kiwi batters are. There haven't really been any risks taken in this 54-run partnership so far, and at the moment the 39 remaining runs off 96 balls doesn't look too much of a challenge for the Kiwi batters. Of course, cricket's a funny game, and the Aussies never give up at any level. Saw at the over-50s level recently in July in the series there. New Zealand were chasing moderate totals, and on a couple of occasions against Australia looked to be hosing the targets, but lost a clump of wickets, and the Aussies fought back well before the Kiwis finally did get home. Here's Wild bowling his last over.
Keeps telling me it's bold, his maximum over here and done 8. I don't know.
Good batting from Mara. Probably recognising that Wild is the wild card in the Australian deck, knowing that he's the bowler they've got to respect the most likely to take a wicket perhaps, and just pushing him around. Hamish Marshall does the same. So it's sensible batting from the Kiwis. These are international matches. They need to be respected. And I don't think we'll see anything silly from these two. Except maybe right at the end. Ooh, that's a quicker ball from Wild. He's bowled that well today. And it hurries up Scott Mara. Just one ball left in Richie Wild's spell. And it's kept out by Scott Mara to end the 30th over and to precipitate a drinks break. So that will take place for the next 5 or 6 minutes, and then we'll be back for the last stanza of this match. So the scenario from here on in, New Zealand need 37 further runs. They have 15 overs to do so, that's 90 balls. And they also have 6 wickets in hand. So New Zealand need 37, Australia needs 6 wickets. Hamish Marshall, he's moved quietly, professionally, efficiently, up to 40 not out from 61, just the 2 boundaries. Scott Mara, he's taken a different route, hitting 6 fours in his 36. No one in the New Zealand lineup yet reaching 50. Hardeep Singh came as close as you can, making 49. James Marshall made 9, Deepak June 0. Here's Chris Dixon to Scott Mara. And Steve Hobson, the other player to bat for New Zealand, he made 20. Quick single, easily taken. Mara responding well to Marshall's early call. Breeze picking up a little bit now. I can see the top of the trees just waving a little bit for the first time in the 2 days of cricket that we've had. Mara drives down to long off. But the ground is still bathed in sunshine. It's 4:40 in the afternoon, local time. A few people here. They were in the shade. Some of them have emerged into the sunshine. There's some kids around the boundary line. And they've been witness to a good game of cricket. It's been hard fought. It's ebbed and flowed, waxed and waned. New Zealand had Australia 86 for 5. Australia recovered to 197. Then Australia had New Zealand 65 for 3, and now New Zealand 163 for 4. The Aussies get a little bit excited there as Hamish Marshall clips the ball in the air but into vacant territory. And another 3-run over comes to a conclusion. Australia will need a new bowler at the town end because Richie Wild has bowled his 9. Brian May, the captain, is standing there deciding who that's going to be. I don't think it'll be himself. Who is it? Scott Jarvis, I think, the bearded medium pacer. Who has bowled 6 overs today, taken 1 for 33. Bowled sharply. Took the wicket of Hardeep Singh, who was flowing on 49, but managed to snick him out for 49, caught by the wicketkeeper. Just some final field changes. Brian May trying to make something happen. So the fielder in question is being moved round to a backward square leg position. He was at fine leg. That seems to be the only major adjustment. Right, here's Jarvis to Hamish Marshall, who gets a rising ball that he manages to get on top of, and even though it surprised him, he's managed to dab it down to short third man for 1. 2. Keeper's standing up. That's Dave Prosser from South Australia. He's kept pretty well today. So it's been a real no-frills innings from Hamish Marshall, doing what he needed to do. He can play the frilly innings, that's for sure. He certainly did at the IPT, scoring a dramatic 100. He goes big this time though. Down the ground, 1 bounce, over the fence at long off, 4 runs. So the first real sign of aggression from Hamish Marshall in this 68 ball innings. He's been there for over an hour and a half, He's hit 3 fours, and that's the first time that he's really opened the shoulders, perhaps seeing that the target is within sight now and trying to hasten its arrival. He's up to 48 now. This, if he can reach his 50, it'll be the first for New Zealand at this level. So there's not a lot of chat out there from the Aussies now. I think they maybe are resigned to the fact that New Zealand is probably going to win this game. Just 27 runs needed at only 2.08 and over. Two very well set batsmen at the crease who do not look like throwing this game away. Here's Dixon. He'll do his best to change that, but Hamish Marshall solid in defence. Quick single, and the energy just not quite there in the Aussie fielding, which is fair enough. It's been a long day in the field. It's 50 for Hamish Marshall. Gets a round of applause from his teammates who know the score. And it's the first 50 for New Zealand at over 40s level. Congratulations, Hamish Marshall. The second of all time after Joey Price's in the first innings. Scott Mara, he might own a 50 as well. He's up to 38. 25 runs needed. Mara would need to get at least 12 of those. But of course his main target will simply be to be there at the end and bring New Zealand home. Misfield there by Australia, just looking a little bit tired now. Heads are dropping a wee bit. The energy that was there at the beginning of the run chase when they really felt it was an even match, which it was, just fading slightly. And that's what happens in these veterans cricket matches. You know, the guys aren't 20 anymore. Oh, Hamish Marshall will pick up quite a few runs here. He's dabbed it down to an empty third man area. They'll take 2 and jog back for 3. Easy shot for Hamish Marshall to end that over, which had 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 off it. And now the target, just 20 further runs.
This is Paresh.
Suresh Pereira come back into the attack now, replacing Scott Jarvis. 1 for 25 Pereira has in this innings. Hamish Marshall still got the energy to run through for a quick single there. He's only hit 3 boundaries in his innings live, so a lot of 1s, 2s, 3s and even an all-run 4 today for Hamish Marshall. He'll be grateful for the opportunity of a day off tomorrow before the double header on Thursday and Friday. This could go away for 4 this time from Hamish Marshall. He's hit it through extra cover and it will reach the boundary. His 4th. And it was nicely played by Marshall. Opening the finding that gap to the left of the Australian captain, Brian May. And then the outfield did the rest. So don't forget, we do have 2 more matches to go in this series, being played on Thursday and Friday, respectively. At Hagley Nursery Ground, which is in Hagley Park, in central Christchurch. And those games will both start at 11 AM. Please see the New Zealand Over-40s Facebook page for all the relevant details. The link to the live streaming, the scorecard. We'll have some photos from today's match. I'll try and do some highlights as well at some stage. And 2 more games on Thursday and Friday. We do have some weather threatening later in the week, but I'm pretty confident we'll get most of the game in on both days. Okay, 14 runs required. Scott Jarvis is back again. He's being swung around to the cemetery end. And New Zealand will be to bury Australia very shortly. Mara does that with a disdainful flick over mid-wicket for 6. Just put 1 foot down the wicket, flick of the wrist, and the ball sails over the boundary. He didn't even watch it. He just turned away as soon as he had hit it. Lovely shot from Scott Mara. That's his first 6, and he's now 4 runs away from a century. Tries to get it in one shot, but misses that one. .46 off 38 balls. Excellent innings from Scott Mara, the Aucklander. Another flick of the wrist. Again, doesn't look, and that brings up 50 for Scott Mara. He turns now, acknowledges to the crowd. Debut 50. Well batted. Scott Mara gets a shake of the hand from Hamish Marshall. It was a very similar shot. Lovely little flick of the wrist. And again, didn't even bother watching the ball past the boundary, just turned away. A little bit like a rugby goal kicker who knows that he's kicked the goal. And this could be the winning of the match in a similar position, pulled away to the boundary. Crosses the boundary line now, and as far as I can tell, that's the winning of the match. So that will be the winning of the match. Scott Mara hits his 3rd boundary of the over, and New Zealand win this match by 6 wickets. Partnership of 93 between these two. Hamish Marshall 59, Scott Mara 54. The details up later tonight on the Facebook page, hopefully a match report and all that good stuff. I'll probably finish it off in a moment just to say thank you very much for joining us as the players shake hands, and hope that you can be back here again online on Thursday at 11 a.m. for match number 2 in this series. Until then, good evening.